Roaming Firebat, how you doing? Van Onkerton, how you doing? The children, they yearn for the mines. Right on, brother. Right on. Or should I say, comrade? That's exactly it, bro. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just dream of the coal mines, you know? Sometimes you just have to go back, you know? Break your back. Break your back so that you can afford bread. Roaming Firebat, I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking, man. I'm happy to hear that you're doing good. I am tired. I'm very tired. I slept really poorly. I don't exactly know why, but I did. So, yep, here we are. Like, today genuinely feels like I'm off to the fucking coal mines. That's how tired I am. I didn't sleep nearly enough. I only slept like 3 hours. So, worst part is I'm not entirely sure why I only slept 3 hours. I just woke up after 3 hours and then my brain was like, well, that's it. Let's go. And I was like, but where are we going? And my brain was like, I don't care. Let's just go. So, and then I woke up and I was like, fuck, I don't know what to do. I have nothing to do. This is way too early. But my brain just did not care. So here we are. Fuck it. We're live. Lonely Crow, how you doing? How you doing, fam? Oh, fuck me, man. I could actually sleep right now. And I don't nap. You guys know me. I don't take naps. But I could actually sleep right now. Weasel with the 35 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. Let me just... Ugh. So what are you guys up to? It's Monday, right? What are you guys doing on this fucking terrible Monday morning? It feels like a terrible Monday morning. Hopefully it'll feel better in a bit. Just playing games. What you playing, Lonely Crow? No Civilization 2. Bugger Games. How you doing, bro? More Helldivers. I should check that out at some point. Fuck me. Usman, how you doing, bro? Work. Yep. That's what we have to do, right? All the fucking day. That's what we do. Just mine. That's it. That's all we do. And then you go to sleep. And then the next day you wake up and it's back to the coal mines. Back to the hard work, you know. Streaming is fucking rough, man. Oh shit, you're playing Fortnite? I mean, I've only played Fortnite once. And I was like, yeah, fuck it. I don't like shooter games, but I like Fortnite even less than shooter games. You must imagine Sisyphus happy? The fuck is Sisyphus? So Hassan? Yeah, literally kick W. Like, so, Monka S, right? That's literally all you have to do. You literally can walk into any bar anywhere in the world and go, Hassan, Monka S. And everyone just goes, ha 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 ha. True. Right? It's just 100%. That's all you need. He is the joke. You don't need setup. You don't need a punchline. Just that. That is all the setup and punchline you need. Rolling the rock up a hill forever. With Sisyphus. In which, like, in which genre or story is that? Elodie, how you doing, brother? How you doing? I want to sleep. You got the desk? Thank you very much, Elodie. I have the desk indeed, yeah. Sorry, but I'll be right back. Take care, bro. Did you guys see this? Sorry, on Twitter. That's fucking loud. I don't know if you guys saw this, but now I think a short disclaimer is important here. For those of you that didn't know, there is a subset of the world, let's call it. It's people, mainly, and particularly, you see these people, they're a very interesting species because they're not actually human. They're kind of like a subset of the human species. Not quite human, but it's almost impossible to tell them apart. They tend to graze and really show up in the Twitter spheres and especially in the online communities. You'll see them sometimes grazing peacefully on Reddit. Now, they're a very interesting sort of subspecies because while them grazing looks or appears very peaceful, they're actually incredibly detrimental to the ecosystem around them. So they erode the ecosystem very, very quickly. They're kind of like a pest in many ways, and you would do well to chase them away. You can't exterminate them. It is, as of yet, against the law, but you do need to get them out of your spaces as quickly as possible because they do become highly problematic after a while. Now, this particular subset of the human species have an incapability of understanding nuance or context or video games versus real life. To them, there is absolutely no difference between the two. When a video game, for example, is about exterminating bugs, like in Helldivers 2, to them, this is an actual call to genocide. And while some of them will tell you that you are not allowed to play the game because otherwise you are genuinely, literally partaking in genocide, others will say that you have to play the game, or you can play the game, but you have to at all times reject the urge of genocide. You have to at all times reject the urge to become a fascist, as it were. Because video games to these people aren't just games, right? They're not fantasy. This is actual stuff that's happening somewhere in the galaxy. Like they probably, like, these are people that play Helldivers and they think that they are genuinely partaking in a war that humanity is fighting somewhere in the universe. Now, one such individual, and it's very rare that you catch them in the act. It's actually very rare. It's very difficult because they tend to hide among the crowd and sort of filter their things through. You have to be very careful. But every once in a while, you catch one of these magnificent creatures in the act of being a complete and utter douchebag or a retard, as one would call it. Now, to them, being a retard is actually one of the highest honors that you can have in their communities and in their societies, because intelligence is actively frowned upon in their communities. The most intelligent people among them are oftentimes ostracized or killed because what they want is they value stupidity, and oftentimes even morbid stupidity, as one of the highest values, because that gives you victim status. But we have one of these. I think it's their leader, or maybe one of their leaders. I don't know exactly what the leadership structures are like. It's very difficult. It always changes. But this may be one of their leaders, which usually you can only be if you're one of the stupidest. But this is one of their leaders, and they made a video just to remind everyone of, you know, you'll see. You'll see.
Knock, knock, motherfucker. It's the United States of America, and I hear you guys got oil that isn't under my possession. So turn off the stove and return the oil to me before I have to resort to bringing democracy.
Okay, so that was the video. It's a public service announcement. And you may think to yourself, wait, but Akolon, isn't this just satire? You'd be forgiven for thinking that. These people are entirely incapable of satire. In order to be satirical, you need to have at least room temperature IQ, and they don't have that. Room temperature IQ is considered heretical, and you could be killed for that. They don't have satire. They don't have jokes. They don't make jokes. They everything they do is serious. Now, for those of you that couldn't follow along with the logic here, in Helldivers 2, you are part of humanity and you fight for democracy. It is an entire joke of a video game. It goes over the top in literally every aspect. It's very Starship Troopers inspired. The propaganda is real. All of their ads and everything is just propaganda stuff. And the whole point of the game is that humanity does not suffer anything that isn't human, effectively, right? So people who play this game tend to have a lot of fun with it, and in the lobbies and stuff, they'll literally roleplay as, like, you know, the spreading of democracy. Like, they genuinely RP almost this Starship Trooper thing, and it's a whole big joke for the people that's playing the game. They're having the time of their lives, pretending to spread democracy and slaughtering bugs and all the rest of it. But as I've already explained, this subset of humans, they don't know the difference between jokes and reality. So videos like this is a way for them to signal to their group that they have seen the fascists and that they are actively working against the fascists. And I thought I should bring this to your attention so that you too can become aware, because I do think it's important that all humans are aware of the existence of this new species that is invading the gaming spaces. And when you see these people, it's almost required of you to ridicule and to make fun of, because letting them go would be cruel. Letting them go would be cruel and unusual punishment for the rest of humanity. So, yeah, there you go. That is Helldivers Alerts, leader of, I don't know, the I don't know exactly what they call themselves. I guess you could say leader of the retards or something. But yeah, I wanted to bring this to your attention so you all know. Fringe society of the nut jobs of humanity is something that we'll always have to deal with. The problem is the fringe society of the leaders of the retards have found each other. I mean, I've said this before. Back in the day, like way back in the day, the village idiot was the guy that stood in the village and said stupid things. And everyone in the village would walk past the village idiot and go, just ignore him. He's off his fucking nutter. He says the stupidest shit. Don't be seen with him because the people will judge you. Now, what happened with the village idiot, usually way back in the day, is that because the village idiot was alone and everyone was shunning the village idiot, the village idiot was like, he never had the confidence to really push his ideologies or push his beliefs because, well, when everyone tells you you're an idiot, it's very difficult not to believe them. And then came Twitter. And Twitter became the meeting place for the village idiots of the world. And now suddenly, the village idiot says idiotic thing, and all the other village idiots go, oh, I never even thought of it like that. He's so right. He's so right. And then other people agree with the village idiot, and now we have a village idiot uprising that's taking place. And it's all because of X and Twitter and YouTube and Reddit and all these places where the village idiots meet and say village idiot things. It's difficult. I don't know if we can win this battle because shunning them is no longer really the only option. It's just kids. They start to play politics and talking issues with their whole 3 years. Dude, if only it was just kids, I would be less worried. But it's not just kids. It's not just kids. In fact, some of the most brain-dead fucking takes I have ever seen comes from people in their 30s. So if it was just kids, I would say, well, you know, they'll grow up and they'll be less stupid when they grow up. I have no confidence in saying that because it doesn't seem like idiots grow up to be anything other than just old idiots. Describing my life or any other like me from Israel on the internet? Shit. And that's what stunts their development. I can see that. They're mostly in Reddit now. Dude, Twitter is full of them. True, Weasel, but I want to believe that if you're based, if you grow up and your parents raised you based, and your parents taught you how to think for yourself, you may be influenced for a short while, and you may have some stupid ideas for a while, because most kids have stupid fucking ideas. But then you grow up. And once you grow up, your parents, like, I'll tell you guys this much. I remember growing up, I thought my parents were, for lack of a better word, I thought they were stupid, right? I thought they were short-sighted and close-minded, and they just didn't understand how the world worked, and they were too old school, and the world had changed, and all of their rules and all of their advices and lessons had no real bearing on my life. I thought that I knew better. And as I grow up, I start to realize things didn't actually change that much. Their lessons is still valuable. The things that they warned me against had value. I just couldn't understand it at the time because I was too fucking stupid to notice. But then you start to grow up and you start to realize, wait, they had a point. And then you start emulating them because they're your parents, right? And they know better than you, obviously. And I want to believe that almost every person that had a good upbringing is going to go through the exact same thing, realizing eventually that, well, actually, my parents had a point. They actually weren't stupid. They actually weren't wrong. I was just too stupid to realize it at the time. It's normal to think that way, and that is what pushes innovation. Then you live and grow and push for innovation. I don't know, because most of the innovation we do, it's very rare. It's only very recently that specifically social media innovation is done by very young people. Historically, most innovation happens a little bit later in life. You know, towards your like mid-30s, early 40s is when people really start to innovate and change the world, when they have that experience. But I do get what you're saying. Avedon, 19 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Aragos, I don't think anyone except for moronic people cling to their parents as if they were the ultimate authority. Your parents are just human, and obviously they would have had bad takes, but their lessons are usually pretty solid, and there's things that you can learn from them. And if you don't believe that, now I'm not talking about people that had terrible parents. There's obviously people like that, right? Where your parents were just shitty people. And in that case, yeah, there's nothing you can emulate. But I wasn't like that. My parents were phenomenal people. My dad is still a phenomenal dude. We have disagreements like anyone, right? We disagree on politics. He's not an anarchist. I am one. We disagree on religion, because he believes certain things that I don't believe to be the truth, and we can have healthy arguments and discussions about that shit. But fundamentally, I still believe that my dad is one of the smartest people out there. It's one of the smartest people I've ever met. And it's interesting to have conversations with him, especially now that I get to appreciate his knowledge of the world, right? And the way my dad approaches the world. Blue Nile, how you doing, bro? Myself to death and how to use a gun? No, I would say the most valuable thing I've learned from my dad was thinking for yourself. In the Afrikaans culture, and this is, I guess, it's somewhat important to understand. In the Afrikaans culture, so my culture, where I come from, authority it's a very militaristic culture. It really is. It's a very, very, and when I say militaristic, I mean in its approach to age is an actual sign of authority. And usually speaking, people with authority has to be listened to, has to be trusted, has to be followed, right? So if an older person tells you something, you do it because it's an older person that said this thing to you. You show respect. You treat people that's older than you with a lot of respect. There's a number of other things that play into Afrikaans just being a very militaristic culture. It's a very strict culture as well. In almost every regard, it is incredibly strict. And it has a lot of, shall we say, Old Testament fundamentals to it, right? It's a very Old Testamentian fundamental culture. And all of that shines through in its approach to pretty much everything in the world around it. My dad was one of the few people that I know that taught me from a very young age to not trust everything that people tell me. If someone tells you something, you question it, you verify it, you look for information, and if the person is wrong, regardless of their age, you have every right to disagree. My dad was one of the few people that didn't believe in that children are meant to be seen and not heard. So we were allowed to partake in conversation. From a very young age, I was allowed to partake in conversation, whereas the overwhelming majority of Afrikaans people I knew growing up very much adhered to that children are to be seen, not to be heard. So when you're out and about, when you're with friends, the children are playing outside, but they're not making noise, they're not talking with the adults, that whole thing. And that would I would say that's probably the most valuable thing I learned from my father. Not too well. Nice, Lodi. In a sea of misinformation, it's easy to drown, and when it comes to critical thinking, it can sometimes feel like you're swimming with clothes and boots on. True. Al Silver, very true. Was South African still my favorite English accent? Same with my mom telling me the exact same thing. Old Testament ideas, preconceptions are going to be corrected soon. I doubt that. I doubt that. Not entirely sure even it needs to be. Every culture does its own thing in its own way, and if it works for that culture, it works, right? Whoa. How are you going to change that? If anything, if history is anything to go by, the way the world is going, there is going to be a very swift and massive backlash that is going to pull the world even further back towards a more fundamentalist view. Progress has never been and will never be infinite, because the people that want progress tend to go too far, too fast, and at some point there is a backlash. And when that backlash happens, the backlash overcorrects into fucking oblivion. And that's my biggest problem with both sides. I can see the backlash coming, and I can see where the people that is going to lead the backlash wants to take things. I'm like, fuck me, here we go again. Age of Strife, fire else, that's true. On a scale of soon, I mean in less than 200 years. Thurnas, I highly doubt that. I highly doubt it. So even that I agree with. I think far too many people don't understand the difference between questioning and doubting. And fundamentally, the confusion that comes up, or most of the conflicts that arise from that, comes from a fundamental misunderstanding of how things are supposed to operate, right? Have a video, man. Just got done watching it. Riku, how you doing, bro? Thank Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I'm enjoying that fucking show like crazy, bro. I hate misinformation so much. In a world where my existence is literally in jeopardy, I always implore anyone that has any questions or criticisms or whatever about Israel, I welcome anyone to ask me without any filters needed. I'm very informed history-wise and living year-wise. Yeah, I mean, I can genuinely not really comment on the problems that's happening in Israel and Palestine. I have nowhere near enough information to say fucking anything about that shit. I don't know. I know one thing for a fact. If you were to remove Hamas and you were to remove the leaders of Israel, there'd probably not be war in that area. That I'm pretty convinced of, but that's just because I think most fucking leaders are the problem. Anyways, that's not true. That's not true at all. Like, where Israel is now is literally where it was for 2,000 plus years. So no, that's not true at all. Like, where Israel is today is literally where Israel has been from like the fucking beginning. No, the biblical Israel was not in the Americas. Dude, it literally names the rivers that runs in Israel, and those are the literal rivers that run in Israel now. What are you saying? Like, Canaan, the land of Canaan, or Canaan, whichever one you want to pronounce, that is the literal area that became Israel, because it was Israel before the Israelites were taken to Egypt as slaves. And then they lost their lands because they were taken as slaves. And then when they were led back to Canaan, they were given the land again. I don't like, dude, that is some wild conspiracy level shit that I just absolutely do not agree with. Like, I do not agree with that at all. But hey, it's fine, right? Here's the thing, Andres. Conspiracy theorists, especially people on the internet that's looking for clicks, can make anything seem viable by literally changing small facts about the world around them. But I can give you an example of how we know for a fact that Israel is where it says Israel is. Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm not entirely sure how you pronounce that in English, but Sodom and Gomorrah, the city that was completely turned to fucking ash. We have found the archaeological dig site. We have found the places where the sand was literally turned to glass, and it's in that region. And we know that that region is written about in the Bible, and that area was exactly where Israel is. So we know that that happened there. There's plenty of events that happen in the Old Testament that archaeologically we can test for, and then we find it and we're like, shit, this is where it actually happened. Holy crap. So unless everyone's in on the lie, like everyone's in on the gag, I don't believe that at all. Yeah, the thing is that the overwhelming majority of the Bible historically has been proven. We know that those things happened. There's some miracles and stuff that happened that obviously we have no idea how to verify, but the events as it's explained, we can verify. We can see, yeah, okay, this definitely did happen. So at least for, like, there's almost not a historian or archaeologist alive that does not absolutely fundamentally believe the Bible is historically mostly accurate. The only parts people start to disagree is the divinity of it, right? Is it a divine book? Are the miracles actually real miracles that happened? But no one questions the historical accuracy of the Bible. It's just too many books, too many people, and it's lasted for way too long to just be a made-up piece of literature. Novatic 400 bits, really appreciate you, fam. Good morning to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, yeah, a little bit further, but I didn't have as much time as I wanted yesterday to watch as much as I wanted. But yeah, no, I mean, again, I have no problem with whatever people want to believe. It is what it is. I can't say that I have an opinion on I can't say that I have an opinion on Israel and Palestine, because I really don't. What I would like to see is civilians not dying on either side of this conflict. How you get there, I don't fucking know. And I also don't think that I have any authority to speak on how you get there. I'm not a geopolitical analyst. I'm not the fucking president of any country that could make any such thing happen anyways. So I don't know what the fuck I would like. What would it help even if I had an opinion on it? So I've not formed one. It is what it is. Life fucking sucks. What are you supposed to do? Same thing, shit with Russia, Ukraine. I have no opinion. I hear what people are saying. I hear people saying, well, no, Russia was provoked. I hear people saying Russia was unprovoked. And I just go, well, it could be. I don't know. I don't live there. I don't know. I haven't spoken to fucking Zelensky or Putin about this shit, right? I haven't been on the phone with Biden to find out what the fuck did you say to Putin? Why did you tell him he wears high heels or whatever, right? I have no idea what the fuck happened there. So I'm just sort of like, well, you know, it is what it is. What the fuck am I going to be doing about it? I have so much respect for you because you are such a sane voice in the sea of screams where everyone is suddenly an expert. I appreciate that, sir. I'm either a sane voice or I'm just a moron that has realized that he's a moron. It's one of those two, right? I prefer, obviously, the sane voice of reason, but it could be the other one as well. Spalato, how you doing, bro? Yeah, it could be both, right? It could be both. Just a happy accident that the moron is also a sane voice of reason. It's entirely possible. Spalato, good day to you, fellow coal miner, sir. Are you ready to mine? A wise moron, still wise to know reality. True. True. There's too much shit in the world to give a fuck about everything, boys. You want happiness in this world? It's simple. Do not pay attention to everything that happens in this world. It will drive you fucking crazy. Only take care about the shit that happens close to you, that you can actually do something about, and everything else, just let it fucking go. Because there's no way. There is just no way. I'm not, like, the thing is, right? It's not even about being ignorant. It's about if you started to look at every single event, say, for example, happening in Ukraine, every bomb that drops from either the Ukrainian side or the Russian side, every single death from either the Ukrainian or the Russian side, if you started looking at every single instance of shit that is going on there, it does not take long for you to become depressed as fuck about the state of the world, because that shit will absolutely influence you. And here's the thing. If you live in fucking Texas, I promise you, a bomb going off in the Ukraine has no effect on you. Like, you're not going to die from that bomb. Now, does that mean that you have no empathy for the people that are dying? No, of course not. You have empathy for them, right? It sucks, and you wish that it could stop. But you can't do shit about it. So if you really care so much, stop tweeting about it, stop making videos about it, get on a fucking plane, fly to the Ukraine, and enlist. If you really care about this shit, right? If you really feel so strongly about this war, get on a fucking plane and go fight. And I will say the exact same thing to the people that is pro-Israel or pro-Palestine. If you really give so much of a fucking shit about the Palestinians dying in Palestine, get on a fucking plane, get to Palestine, go to Hamas and go reporting for fucking duty. Who am I supposed to blow up now? Or go to Israel and say reporting for duty. Who am I supposed to blow up? Send me out. I'm ready. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Your tweets are not doing shit. I promise you. The leaders of Hamas isn't going to see your tweets, pro-Israel tweets, and go, whoa, fuck, this round. Oh my fuck. I can't believe it. Why didn't we think of that? We should just stop bombing Israel. Or Israel isn't going to go, oh shit, Palestinians deserve to be free? Oh, I'd never even thought of that. Let's give them freedom. Like, Putin isn't going to wake up tomorrow and go, oh, fuck me. Susan on Twitter said that I am the worst person in the world. Well, I have to prove her wrong. Hey, Zelensky, I'm so sorry, bro. Hug it out, right? He doesn't give a fuck. Your tweet is not changing the world in any way, shape, or form. It's theater. You're literally standing on the stage telling everyone, hey, look at me, guys. I am a good person. Look at me, guys. I am a good person. Right? Like, look at me. Look at me. I'm not doing shit. I'm changing nothing. But I'm a good person. Right? That's basically the fucking vibe. That's it. That's all you're doing. Congratulations. We're all so proud of you. Nick Mark, how you doing, bro? Okay, Virgil Sinkling. Well, you have to let everyone know what a good person you are, right? And Twitter is perfect for that. You can sit in your air-conditioned office and tell everyone how against the war you are. Well, if only Putin could see it. We should really take all of these tweets and send them to Putin. It may change his mind. You never know, right? Has anyone tried that? Like, just fax it through to him. Like, look at what Americans are saying about you on Twitter, sir. How dare you? Fucking morons. Davos says the best. People talk no stop online, but in reality, it's all theatric. At the end of the day, everyone stands on the stage, right? Everyone stands on the stage and pretends like they give a fuck. For now, taking a side last night. Who the fuck is Dantes? Or Dantes? I don't know who that is. Meanwhile, well, yeah, that's literally what it is, right? That is literally what it is. I completely agree. So how can we rebel against devilish leaders otherwise? With the current state of the world, I don't think we can do anything. We will have to, and this is going to be, I think, a little bit hard, but fundamentally, I don't think there's much that you can do about this, but we will have to allow the corrupt and the evil leaders of the world to destroy themselves. If you think that you're going to vote your way out of this, you're a fucking moron. There is no such thing as actual votes, right? There's no, democracy is a lie. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It's just the system that was dreamed up because they realized all of the other systems have the peasants acting out. That was the problem with kings and queens. The peasants would eventually get a little bit fucking rowdy. And so they said, wait. This is bullshit. We need a way to convince the peasants that they are somewhere, like somewhat in control of the system. And so they dreamt up democracy. Congratulations, you have democracy. It doesn't mean anything. You're not really voting for a different government. You're voting for the same fucking government. The same shit will happen. If you don't believe me, look at Biden and Trump. When Trump was in office, everyone was warning that Trump is starting a second world war with China. When Biden took office, Biden did exactly what Trump was doing with China. Like literally exactly. Biden didn't lift the the tariffs. Biden didn't open negotiations with China again. He just went balls to the wall with the exact same thing that fucking Trump was doing. Nothing changed there. The only place Trump really fucked them was, I think, with Russia and trying to approach Russia with a bit more of like an open hand kind of policy. And clearly they didn't want that. But I mean, if Ron DeSantis were to come into power or Nikki Haley were to come into power, they would look fucking exactly the same. There would be no difference. If Nikki Haley comes into power tomorrow, she would literally just continue what Biden is doing. Like literally all of the things that Biden is doing now, Nikki Haley would be doing. Ron DeSantis is exactly the same. Because you're not voting for a different party. Both the Democrats and the Republicans are controlled by who? Who controls the Democrats and the Republicans? Wall Street. Wall Street allows the Democrats and the Republicans to operate in a very small scope of differences, right? So they can pretend to be somewhat different on some things, specifically the things that Wall Street doesn't really give a fuck about, like abortion. There, the Wall Street overlords are like, yeah, man, fucking do what you want. Kill the kids, don't kill the kids. We don't really give a fuck, right? Wall Street couldn't care because it doesn't affect their bottom line. But when it comes to war with China, Wall Street's like, well, we own a bunch of fucking military companies, and we need a good war. So let's go. You guys can't differ on China. You will invade China, or you will push China to the brink of war, but something needs to fucking happen because we have tanks that we want to sell. Yeah, you're voting for the same party. Democracy is a lie. It's all made up. Doesn't matter. King Charles. Yep. I agree with him there. Will take over and rule us all like the Kree Empire. If the AI can be trusted. Aragos, it depends. With Xi Jinping cracking down on a lot of the market, right? I think a lot of Wall Street has become a little bit upset with Xi because Xi has made it more and more difficult. Like, Xi is definitely more of a communist than any of his predecessors. Like, his predecessors were communists, but they allowed business to go business, right? Xi is definitely a bit more of a communist in that regard. He doesn't mind that business is going, but he doesn't fucking like the fact that business is going too well. And so Xi does want to control some of it. Wall Street does not like that. So I think that's why China is currently in their sights. That's why they've currently set their sights on China. It's because they think they don't like what Xi is doing, especially to business. At least some of them, to get rid of abortion. They need their workers. Mary, I don't know. I don't know. East Village, I'm pretty sure I'm not even gonna try. No. That seems like a fucking TOS bomb waiting to happen. Yeah, that seems like the perfect excuse for Twitch and YouTube to go, wow, fuck this guy. Nuke him. All my videos already get completely demonetized. The last thing I want to do is give them an actual reason to remove me. So yeah, plus I'm not even entirely sure what my country's rules are about that. Like, there's a good chance that in my country that shit's illegal. Interest in making war happen, for example. It's a nice documentary from some years back. Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, still... I'd watch it offline if you want to send it to me on Discord, but I probably won't watch it on stream. How to get into FBI list? 80% speedrun? True. How to suddenly get the FBI to take a lot closer look at your life. That is very true. Fuck me. Ah, man. What's interesting to me is the amount of people that fall for the lies. But I think it's because there was one guy that said it years back. It was a British news anchor. I think it was a British guy. It may have been an American guy. But he said, people don't want to be free. They just want to be safe. Like, people don't actually watch the news in order to get the truth or in order to know what is happening. They just want to feel safe. They literally just want the news to tell them, like, your leaders care. In about an hour and 5 minutes, my YouTube channel is going to be on fire, by the way. Because in about an hour and 5 minutes, my reaction to Asmongold's take on Hassan yesterday will go live. And I am almost convinced that is going to be fucking rough, bro. Like, that is going to be rough. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Like, it is what it is. I don't agree with Asmon on that take. And so, yeah, I have no problem with that. Bad take, so it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, the problem with, of course, people of Asmongold's side, size, even if he had a bad take, there will be plenty of people that don't believe it to be a bad take. And those are the people that's going to be attacking because they have to defend their streamer. You drama whore? Exactly. I like drama. It's fun. The trick with drama is not to let it get to you. And the way you don't let it get to you is you don't actually give a fuck. You just cover what's fun and let the rest just go. What's that he take to that? To what opinion? Oh, Dernos, he defended Hassan's take. And my biggest issue with his defense of Hassan's take was the fact that he ignored a crucial part of what Hassan said. Like, they literally took Hassan's full sentence, decided to remove the second part that everyone was angry at, and then pretend like, why are you angry with the first part? Which is fucking nuts, right? That would literally be like me going, and I realize this is a very extreme example. I'm not saying it's similar to what Hassan said, but that would be like me saying, Hitler said that all people are good and equal and they're fine with it. Why are you guys so angry with him? But removing the bit where he says, except for the Jews. Right? So Hitler could have said, all people are good and perfect and we have no problem with them except for the Jews. And then I go, dudes, why are you guys so angry with the guy? All he said was, all people are good and the Germans accept all people. why are you guys so angry with him? Yeah, but you're not actually covering the part that led to everyone being angry. You're ignoring the part that, like, you're burying the lead. The very reason people are upset. You're just not covering, like you're pretending he didn't fucking say that. So that was my problem with the take. Stop working normal jobs? Well, yeah, but it's luxury beliefs, right? People will believe what they need to believe at any given point to prove that they're right. See, it says, as long as I know what the context was of what I said, I don't really give a fuck if I'm farmed out of context. You can't ban coworkers like you can ban in the chatters. Dude, you can't ban clients like you can out of control chatters. Like, if someone is truly out of control and just being a complete nuisance, it is easy as fuck to get rid of them. You just ban them. What do you do when you have a customer that's being a complete dick? Like, there's nothing you can do. You just have to take it. Does the son have something on Aspen? Or no, they're just friends, Vanexer. They're friends, and it's hard to, like, look, all of you know this to be the truth. All of you know this to be the truth. It is harder to call out a friend than what it is to call out a stranger. That's all that happened there. It's a friend, and it's very difficult to see the flaws in your friends. Police don't even throw them out. In South Africa, it is almost impossible to evict someone. Like, once someone is in your house, it is nigh impossible to get rid of them. Which is wild to me. Like, you can legitimately sit with a tenant that can't pay rent, and you can't get rid of them. Unless you're XQC. XQC is one of the few people that's true. But then again, if you listen to XQC, he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that has a lot of friends online. He's acquaintances with a bunch of the people online, but he's not necessarily friends with them, if that makes sense. Right? The only person I have ever heard be absolutely brutally honest about friend or foe is Destiny. And while I disagree with Destiny on a great many things, that's the one thing I actually respect about Destiny. Is the fact that whether he likes you or not, like, even if you're like, I have heard him defend Hassan when people are taking Hassan out of context. And I mean, Hassan and Destiny are not friends. And when people take Hassan out of context, he will be the first to say, wait, but that's not actually what he said. Here is what he said. Right? And that is fucking rare. It's one thing to call out your friends. It's a whole different thing to stand up for your enemies. They're starting to blame the entire race and the actual perpetrators. What they don't understand is that's exactly what these politicians want, a screen, while they slowly achieve their prime objective. Anida, I don't disagree. Politicians, fuck me. Drew Dragon, how you doing, bro? I knew they were... wait, I know they were friends, right? Who? Drew Dragon. You mean Destiny and Hassan? Yeah, well, I don't know if they were ever friends, but Hassan sort of existed in Destiny's orbit when Hassan was first starting out on Twitch specifically. He was inside Destiny's orbit. Like, he would go onto Destiny streams and he would debate Destiny, and he would be sort of trying to make a name for himself in the political space. And then as soon as he outgrew Destiny, he completely left Destiny. He completely broke away from Destiny, and now he can't stand Destiny. Like, now Destiny is just an evil fuck as he moved further and further left. If they drop that Hassan is joining OTK, It all makes sense. I wonder if he would. It's because Destiny... Well, to be fair, Hassan is not a debate bro. And he also... I've heard him in actual debates. Hassan's debate tactic is screaming over people. Like, that's what he does. He just screams. He doesn't have actual points. He just screams and keeps talking over you, or ad hominem attacks, or ad nauseum debate tactics. That's the thing, though, she says. I never thought Hassan was friendly to Destiny. He was just a stepping stone. That's how I view it, at least. But again, I don't know the actual lore of what happened between Hassan and Destiny. I'm not that clued in on that entire side of the internet. I've watched a couple of streams from Destiny. Every once in a while, there'll be a topic that Destiny covers that I think, oh shit, this looks a little interesting. But for the most part, I'm not big on politics, believe it or not. The overwhelming majority of my time isn't spent in political Twitter or political YouTube. Like being informed on all of the political fucking takes. I genuinely mostly don't give a fuck about that shit. Did you finish Dune? Not, I haven't finished the book yet, no. We need a giant Aquila on that wall behind you, Echo. Abaddon, I would love that. Yeah. I would love that. I'll make a plan with some stuff in the background at some point. Just saying, he has a lot of hate. Who? Hassan. No, that doesn't surprise me. But, I mean, look. Fuck me. I don't know. It is what it is. There's nothing I can do about that. And I will be honest with you guys. The amount of, like, shit I give about Hassan is incredibly limited. And after making 2 videos about Hassan, I have reached my limit. Like, I am now fully out of fucks to give about Hassan. You guys will need to give me some time to have my batteries recharge to where I actually give a fuck about Hassan. I don't give a fuck about the dude. So, yeah. We may as well just move on. I don't like the guy. I think he's a complete fucking moron. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. What sites do you stream on? Theranos, I stream on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Kick. I just decided one day, let's fucking try it out. Let's see what happens when you stream to all of the streaming platforms. And it's set up, so now it just happens. It's just what happens, you know? When you said politicians, for me, I came to a realization. Politicians are pimps, pumping out their people. Truth. The thing with people on... The thing with political streamers on the internet, on average, not just streamers, but let's say political content creators on the internet. The only people worth paying attention to are the people right in the middle, right? Your center left and your center right people. They're the only people that's actually worth listening to, because generally speaking, when you have a debate with a center left or a center right person, they will have disagreements, but all of their beliefs are found on pretty strong foundations. Foundations that is very difficult to refute. And usually what you'll find with people center left, center right, is that their difference is in perspective, right? So they're both seeing the same problem. Their solution is just very different. So for example, people on the left, right, center left, care about the poor. People on the center right care about the poor as well. It is a complete misnomer that the right doesn't give a fuck about the poor. They care about the poor as well. So both sides see the same problem. Their solution is where things differ. The left thinks that the government should help the poor out and provide for the poor so that the poor aren't poor anymore. The people on the right say the government can't help the poor. The government tend to make things fucking worse, and therefore the people should be allowed to help themselves. The government should get out of their way, right? That's ultimately, that's literally, if you look at all differences between center-right, center-left people, it usually comes down to the solution to the problem differs. Both sides see the problem the exact same way. The issue is when you move further out. So when you start moving to the far left and the far right, that's where things really get weird. Because the far left and the far right don't actually have foundational beliefs. Their beliefs aren't actually based on any sort of true foundation. That is why most people on the far left and the far right do not allow for debate. They don't allow for you to question their beliefs. Try questioning a left-wing, far left-wing person on Twitter. They immediately start screaming at you, calling you a Nazi, calling you a racist, calling you literally anything in the book. Why is that? Because their entire ideology is based on a house of cards. And the house of cards is built on a foundation of air. If you so much as wobble the foundation even a little, it falls apart. And the way you wobble their foundations is just by asking questions. Like, you literally don't have to say a word to a person on the far left or the far right. Just questions. You just ask them to explain their theory of literally anything to you. And then you just keep asking questions. Okay, but why are you saying that? All right, okay, so you're saying that will, but why are you so certain that that is how it will happen? I'll give you guys a great example of this. Communism and socialism. What's the difference between communism and socialism? The answer is communism has one extra step. Two, if you include the unnamed step in Karl Marx's theory of communism. It's basically the same thing. Socialism is just a precursor to communism. At least that was according to Lenin. In socialism, the idea is that the government takes control of the means of production because government isn't greedy, right? There's no greed in government. Government is all about equality and it's all about efficiency. So government isn't going to play into greed. It's only going to produce enough for all of the citizens in the country to live and to have their basic needs met. Therefore, the free market can't be trusted because people are greedy. The government isn't greedy, therefore the government controls the markets. Communism goes a couple of steps further. So communism starts at the exact same place. Communism says that the government should take control of the means of production because people are greedy. But then communism asserts that the government should only be doing this for a period of time. The period of time is indistinct. It's an indefinite period of time. Because fundamentally what communism says is, after a while of the government owning the means of production, people will magically lose their interest in greed. And once people have lost their interest in greed, the means of production can be given back to the people so that the people can run their own lives and the government can effectively be dissolved, right? Because no one will ever be greedy again. In both of those scenarios, the premise is flawed, the foundation is flawed, and all you need is a couple of questions to have the entire theory fall apart. Like, for example, what happens when the government takes control of the means of production, but the government is corrupt? What do we do then? Or what happens if the government takes control of the means of production, but certain individuals in the government is corrupt and then uses this power to take more and more power? Or what happens when the people in the country aren't happy with losing access to their private property, right? And they don't want to deal with that. Now, immediately, what do you run into? You run into a problem. The government needs to start executing people. But the second you say that, you've lost the moral high ground. People will fucking immediately walk away from you. So you just sort of scream at them. You fucking racist Nazi. Because what else are you going to do, right? There's literally the only words that can come out of your mouth is we need to kill all the people that are detractors. Just one more death will get us there, right? That's basically the communist and the socialist motto. One more death is it's all we need. Because their entire theory, their entire ideology is based on nothing but good wishes and rainbows and ponies and unicorns. Their theories fall apart the second you start questioning it. The second you start diving into the actualities of reality, their theory doesn't hold up. They have no answer to the problems of corrupt governments. Because once the government has taken means of production, control of the means of production, the government is the almighty power. Right? The government is the almighty power at that point. Even if the government became corrupt, you have no way of stopping them. You can't vote them out of power. They have taken control of the whole fucking government. Right? They've taken your guns, because that's always what happens. And when you speak to most leftists, that's exactly what they want to do. They don't want there to be guns. So even if you wanted to stand up, you're alone with your fucking, your stick, telling the government, the almighty government, hey, you guys are corrupt, stop being corrupt. And the government just goes, shut the fuck up. So that's why they generally do not engage in debate, because there is no debate to be had. Debate would expose them for the frauds that they are and for the intellectually devoid people that they are. So they don't engage in debate. They want to say socialism is better than capitalism and capitalism is evil. And they want everyone else to be like, yep. Don't question me. Just say yes. If you question me, you must be a racist. Need the Emperor to lead us into the golden age of our species. I would be okay with that. Just bring the Emperor. I, for one, question you, Akko. You're allowed to question me. My beliefs are actually firmly grounded. Everything that I believe has a place in actual fact, right? And for the things that I can't answer, I'm more than happy to say I don't know how we solve that. But considering it is a problem in the current system, I will still take my system over the current system, because at least in my system I'll have more freedom. Dude, imagine if Twitter had its own country. Like, how fucked would that place be? Like, imagine if you took all of the leftists on Twitter and you gave them their own fucking country. How fucked would that place be? Because remember, most leftists don't dream of a world where they work in factories all day, every fucking day, making bread for the society. No leftist dreams of farming all day, every day, so the country can eat. Leftists dream of sitting at home all day playing video games. They dream of chilling out on their farms, playing music and sitting in their drum circles all day. So the second the communist revolution happens, they'll starve. That's literally what would happen. It would be a country in fucking shambles, because no leftist knows what reality is. Because they don't think, they imagine that there is a world where other people would be happy to work while they sit at home playing video games. That's what leftists believe. Oh, I personally don't want to be in a factory all day working, but there are other people that would absolutely love working in a factory all day. That obviously won't be greedy, so they don't care that I'm not doing anything. I'm just playing video games all day. The Twitter lads, exactly. Tell me, after all this, after 5 to 10 years, people will forget about all this and be like, what happened? And new stuff will occur. Same with Corona or climate activists. What had happened? All gotten too quiet out of a sudden. Oh, Digimark, yeah, well, that's usually how it happens, right? Democracy basically means government of the people, by the people, for the people, but the people are retarded. Truth. Bro, I had someone say to me that workers should take the same amount of money that the owner of the business takes. Yeah, I've heard that stupid fucking argument as well. Which, if workers took the same amount of money than what the owner took, why the fuck would anyone open a business? Why would you take the risk? Opening a business is a super fucking risky thing, right? You have to borrow the money. You are on the hook for the fucking money. You are the one that's going to lose everything if everything goes tits up. But somehow you have to get exactly the same as the fucking janitor. No, that is almost definitely not going to work, because that's just going to mean that most people will go, wait, I have to take all the risk, but everyone else gets all of the profit, then I won't take the risk. I won't open the business then. And then no one fucking gets anything, because 50% of zero is still zero. To me, I do not vote, no. Or imagine this way, each of the social media would be an independent country. Which country would win if every social media had its own country? Drew Dragon, I hate the right as much as I hate the left. Please do not for a second think that I can't criticize the left while not also liking the right. I criticize both because I think both are stupid as fuck. I genuinely believe that if you are either left-wing or right-wing, you're a stupid fucking idiot. And you should have your head checked. Because you're believing, like, you bought into an absolute fairy tale. You bought into a fairy tale. What you believe isn't real. And yet you want to pretend like you're saving the country and the other side is destroying it. But you're both voting for the same fucking party. You're both voting for the same bullshit. I don't understand. It's wild to me. Tell me, how you doing, bro? I didn't say it. What did you say? Zervirus. Everyone else, everybody, someone else's grammar word. I don't need to choose a side. I agree with that. I agree. The man is based. Yep, the rich party. Yeah, I mean, I can't bring myself to vote. I live in South Africa. There is not a single party in South Africa that I agree with on fucking most things. So who the hell do I vote for? And then people go, well, if you don't vote, you're automatically voting for the ruling party. And I'm like, no, I'm not. The fuck are you talking about? I'm pretty sure if you understood statistics, you would know how fucking stupid you are. Because that's not how statistics work. If you have a country where at least 35% of the country voted, the outcome would likely not change, even if 100% of the people voted. Even if all the people voted, the outcome would probably still be exactly the same, because the 35% of people is a large enough sample size of the country that you can pretty much believe that most people would still vote along the exact same lines as what they voted. So I'm not voting for the ruling party. I'm just not voting. That's it. And since I understand statistics, I'm not going to say moronic bullshit like, oh, you're voting for the other side if you're not voting. Zervirus with the 10 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat for our little coal miner that could. Our little coal miner that could. 10 fucking community subs, man. Love you, brother. Thank you, comrade. Trump shoes of $3.99. I enjoyed the fucking ad, bro. It was funny as fuck. Every party is lunatic in a different way. True. Fucking true. Dude, sometimes I do think we should just get an emperor. Like, just get the emperor of mankind and let it go to shit now. You know, at least then, you know life is going to shit, but fuck it, it's the emperor. Doctor, how you doing, bro?
Why did the line break?
I'm not going to listen to this because I'm not entirely sure if this is TOS. Sorry. I like Trump's... Dude, I personally... I liked Trump being the president of the US. It was funny as fuck. Like, the dude is funny. It doesn't fucking matter whether you like him or hate him. He's funny as fuck. Like, he says things and you laugh. It's funny. Like, he understands comedy, so who gives a fuck? Wait. Is it goofy? Is it TOS chat? Like, those of you that listen, is it fine? It's safe. Okay. All right, let's listen to this then.
Why did the lion break up with his girlfriend? He broke up with her because she was a cheater.
All right, yeah. What's that? It's Shane Gillis, right? He has this thing, dude. He has this one fucking Trump speech that is just funny as shit. The Al Baghdadi one from Shane Gillis. Hold up. Which one is it? Fuck me, man. I want to... Is it this one? I think it might be this one.
I miss it. I miss the speeches with Trump. You remember that? We used to get 5 speeches a day when he was in office. Anytime you turn on the TV, that guy was giving another fucking speech. Live, dude. Be in front of a helicopter, scream, calling a lady a lesbian or something. This is gonna be a tough one to defend at work. But I'm gonna. Now it's sad. Now with Biden, we get like one speech every 3 months. And it's hard. He's like falls and shit. It's hard to watch. It's sad. I'm rooting for the guy. Obviously, I want things to go well, but it's hard to watch him do anything. Anytime I watch Biden do anything, I get the same feeling as like, you ever go to a friend's house and they have like a 16-year-old dog and it walks in the room? And you gotta do that whole like, oh, hey, there he is. Just look at him. He's looking great. My favorite thing about Biden is anytime Biden finishes a speech, he transforms into a Roomba.
I mean, it's true. Is it that one? Hold up.
Either way, when Obama went on TV to announce that they'd killed bin Laden, he spoke for 9.5 minutes. Trump yesterday did 48 minutes on that.
No, wait, this isn't it. No, I want Shane Gillis's one specifically. Not that. Like.
Anyway, for real though, it was my favorite speech I've ever seen a president give. It was the night the United States killed
This is the one. This is the one. Listen.
Trump comes out of the Situation Room at like midnight in the White House, and he walks down that fucking tunnel like and gives a press conference like he's giving a post-game NBA just killed a guy press conference. He walks up in front of the entire world at midnight and just goes, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead. He died like a dog. And it's fucking... That's all him, dude. I didn't change one word of that. That's what he opened with. And then he did 40 minutes. The speech is 40 minutes for no reason. It wasn't a prepared speech. He freestyled 40 straight. Not even a speech, just mean shit talk for 40. The meanest shit talk you've ever heard.
I love this guy, man. He's funny as fuck.
Abu. We can hear him crying. I said, Abu, don't cry. Let me tell you something. Abu cried. He cried quite a bit. I wouldn't have cried. Cry baby Baghdadi. That's what we were all calling it. Look, I love everything about that speech. I love it. I love thinking about Trump in the Situation Room, surrounded by generals watching watching special forces, watching those cocksucking Navy SEALs. Those mother. If I was in there, I'd be like, get out of there, Abu, run. No, I love thinking about Trump in the Situation Room, watching a live military operation. He's the only dude in the room that wasn't military. He must have been the only dude watching it that was like, oh! Like, you could tell he's never seen it before by the fucking speech. The speech sounded like a guy just trying to tell you some shit he saw.
A lot of guys would knock on the front door, not these guys, not our guys. Not our guys. Our guys went through the wall. They blew up his wall. And they used dogs. Beautiful dogs.
Beautiful dog.
Dude, this guy is so fucking, like, he may actually have the best Trump impression of all fucking comedians, bro. Hands down, this guy has, like, when you close your eyes and you listen to him, it's like you're listening to Trump. Like, it's like Trump is talking to you. It is fucking insane how good his impression of Trump is. It is just phenomenal. Anyways, I just wanted to show you guys this cry baby back daddy. Oh shit, funny as fuck, man. What is this?
Hey, Joe, I got a joke for you.
Lay it on me.
What did the 0 say to the 8? That belt looks good on you.
Oh, Lord, that was bad.
Hey, Joe, I got a...
Oh yeah, we watched a couple of these. Like with Trump being an Imperial Guardsman and shit. Talk about Trump debates. I like Dude, he was just like a phenomenal fucking character, you know? Regardless of what you think, regardless of what you think of the man, he was like, dude, would you rather have a president that's boring or a president that is literally exciting as fuck? You don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. Like, I feel like that was Trump's biggest secret. That's why even North Korea, bro, was like, dude, we don't know. Let's make peace. This guy is off his fucking head. Like, we don't know what he thinks. There's no knowing what, like, tomorrow he could wake up and just bomb the fuck out of us. Best to make peace, right? Because this guy's nuts. No one fucking knew. I don't even think Trump knew. Half the time he would wake up, walk out on the podium in the White House, and he wouldn't know what he's gonna say. He'll just start speaking and he'll fucking make it up as he goes along. Like, that shit is dangerous. If you're a world leader where everything is sort of written for you and you have to be very careful with what you say, you listen to Trump and you go, the fuck? Bro, this guy's going off script. He's saying all the things that you shouldn't say. What are we supposed to do with this? There's no knowing what this guy could do. I'd rather have that, quite frankly, if I had to have a president. Although I wouldn't mind seeing a world where the White House stands empty for a couple of years. Oh man. Now that would be me moving to the US. If after some election, there is no president. What would happen in America if it was an absolute tie? Like 100% down the middle tie. Like to the fucking vote, it is 100% tie. I think at least like a string of recounts technically. Imagine all the recounts are done and it actually is just statistically, as implausible as that is, it actually turns out, no, it is 100% a fucking tie. The American public has 100% to the man voted down the fucking middle. What happens then? Did anyone ever plan for such a contingency? We should have them deal to death. I wouldn't mind that. Although, in a deal to the death, I would give both of them a fucking bazooka. Like, there you go. Okay, contingent election. In the United States, a contingent election is used to elect the president or vice president if no candidate receives a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. A presidential contingent election is decided by a special vote of the United States House of Representatives, while a vice presidential contingent election is decided by a vote of the United States Senate. Oh shit. So the House gets to decide that crap? That's boring as fuck. I would have given both men a grenade and say deal to the death. You each have a grenade, but then you put them in a small room, 3 meters by 3 meters. So it's a guaranteed both die insta. The VP is the head of the Senate. The House gets to elect the president. Oh man, that's boring as fuck, man. They should have had it. It should have been a deal to the death. America's really getting soft. Like, that's just such a fucking, like, the new generation, man. If you ever wanted a fucking, like, if you ever wanted proof that the younger generations are just soft as fuck, it's this. You have a hung fucking election and there's no deal to the death. Back in the old days, it would have been a deal to the death. Like, Darren fucking Teed. Back in the Viking days, you could actually deal to the death. Even the fucking Westerns got that right. Ninja Warrior track? Oh my fuck. Imagine Trump and Biden on American Ninja Warrior bullshit on one of those tracks. How funny would that fucking be, bro? Like, dude, how funny would that be? Like, seriously. In the wise words of my boy Knox, let them settle it with a Yu-Gi-Oh deal. Been in place for a long time. I know, Andres, that's the joke. Rum would kill it. He's in peak physical condition after all. Even if that was true, which I'm pretty sure it isn't, but even if that was true, he's still an old fucking man. It happened 3 times. Jefferson, Jackson, and Johnson. Ooh. Oh, but you can see how it's worked out, right? That you have to, in order to be president, you have to get a whole percentage point more votes than the other person. So if it was like super, super, super fucking close, that would not be enough. It has to be a full percentage vote, at least if I'm reading this correctly. Will take him a while, but at least he will be moving. Well, you never know. Biden could actually win that shit. I mean, Biden isn't in peak form, but he forgets where he is, and he may just forget and just complete the fucking course. You don't know. He may actually forget that he's almost fucking 100 and just decide to run the course as if he was 20. So that could be an advantage. $270 electoral college votes? Yeah. Biden's dog also keeps biting the Secret Service. He'd probably speak. Wait, is that true? And break his neck first obstacle? Biden may take advice from the dead people he's having conversations with. Yeah, I saw that. One of the overlords of our world died today at the age of 89. You don't like speaking ill of the dead, but also fuck that guy. I'm pretty convinced that the Rothschilds are evil motherfuckers, so, you know. In a plant steroid or holy shit. Listen, when I say I've had PTAs that had no idea where they were, but they drugged me around a room? Shit. May you rot in hell? Yeah, dude. I have no time for the Rothschilds. Because I genuinely think they're behind most of the fucking bullshit in our world. Just evil motherfuckers doing evil motherfucking shit. That's just how it is, you know? Exactly. Exactly. I am in full agreement with you, sir. I am in full agreement with you. Wait, when did I close Twitter? And why did I close Twitter? Wait, Joe Biden's dog, Commander, bit U.S. Secret Service agents at least 24 times? The fuck is wrong with his dog? Why is the dog just biting people? It might be that the dog thinks they want to cause him harm. Like when they're going to like help him or they go to touch him, the dog may think, what the fuck are they doing? So the dog is trying to defend him. That could actually be it, right? I like Twitter. I have no problem with Twitter. It's a crazy fucking place and it's probably going to lead to the downfall of humanity. But it's fun watching it burn in the meantime. Was it even trained? I just assumed the dog was to garner public sympathy. No, isn't Biden like famously, like he's had this dog for a long time? It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like he's been a dog owner his whole life or some shit like that. Trump and Biden running the ninja course. Oh, that would be funny as fuck. Thank you for the sub. Shumi, how you doing? How you doing? Killing time with K. Cat, how you doing? It's like a former police dog or something, like trained to be one at least. Oh shit. Not bad. Yeah, so it is probably trying to defend him. Cat, how was the rest of your stream? Sodom and Gomorrah was nothing compared to Twitter. True, bro. Twitter is fucking nuts. But that's part of the fun. I'm happy to hear that. I'm lurking like always, Jimmy. I still appreciate you being here. It just likes the taste of human flesh. Ah, fuck, man. Dude, have you guys ever had... like, you go to sleep, and then you wake up 3 hours later, and you're just done sleeping? Has that ever happened to you? Like, you're super fucking tired, but you're awake now. It's like your brain decided it's time to be awake. Like, you can feel, but I'm fucking dying. But your brain is going, no, you're awake now. That's what happened to me last night. Genuinely, I had 3 hours of sleep. I woke up after 3 hours. I looked at my phone and I was like, the fuck is this? And I was like, I genuinely just need a few more hours of sleep. And I was like, no, let's get to work. I'm like, I don't have work. I need to sleep. No, let's do something. Come on, let's go have coffee or something. I'm like, dude, I don't want coffee now. Let's just sleep a little. No, let's do things. Come on, get up. And I was like, fuck me. I'm tired as shit. So I've literally just been sleepwalking the whole day. I've been sitting here the whole day, just fucking tired as shit. Oh man. Brain, let's go. True. Are you stressed? If I am stressed, I don't know about what. It might be the coal mine that's freaking me out, you know? Fact that I have to go stream on Twitch every day and it's so hard. You know, it's harder than all jobs out there. Like, you guys don't even know. All you people with your real jobs. You have no idea what I go through on a daily basis. So, you know, like that may, like, I think that causes a lot of stress for me. But other than that, I'm perfectly cool. Zero stress everywhere, I think. Bro, I used to live near a train station for 6 years. Traffic is nothing. Get a canary to help you out in the with the coal mine. The problem with me getting canary is I'm fucking allergic to birds. You're the most stupid feminist take on Discord. Humor category? I always like seeing that. Let's see. Humor category on Discord. There we go. Oh, you didn't upload it to the questionable humor category, just the public one. Excuse me. Now, what are we seeing here? Popular porn categories: sexualized lesbians, mothers, teenagers, siblings, pregnant women, the elderly, every race, every profession, every sexuality, every gender. If it exists, there is a porn category. They glorify, right? There are even categories involving amputees, anorexia, and hanging. In 2014, teen was the most popular category and has been in the top 10 before this and ever since. By supporting Pornhub, you're contributing to cultivating a society where everyone and everything are seen as sexual objects, including children. I. I'm not entirely sure I disagree with her, Holy, if I'm honest. I don't agree with everything that she's saying. It's more a case of there's a half truth in this that I actually agree with. There's a lot of other bullshit that's in this post that is just like, what the fuck are you even saying? But the fact that porn has definitely contributed to a like erosion of society, and I think specifically this is something that actually became very apparent to me when I started speaking to women about this and the effects of porn. Do you know how many women have an incredibly hard time in their marriages because their husbands are addicted to porn? Because their husbands have this wild idea of what sex is supposed to be like, because porn has taught them that this is what sex is supposed to be like, and the woman can't she can't deliver that. Like, she, whatever the fuck the husband is expecting of her, she can't deliver what that husband is expecting. I think the problem also with porn is it sort of gives you a safety net that you think is good for you, but in reality is literally doing the opposite of what would be good for you. Now, to the point of it sexualizing things, I don't think there's any evidence of that. I think people sexualize each other all the fucking time. You know, like I hate most in this world is women who pretend that it's only men who sexualize women. Have you ever spent time listening to girls talk amongst themselves about guys? Dude, girls sexualize men far more than what men sexualize women. Far more. Oftentimes, the difference is in how they'll talk about men. Like, some men will oftentimes be a lot more vile and crude in their sexualization, right? So they'll say things a lot more directly. But the sexualization that women do, right, is far more rampant than that of men. And I hate the fact that we live in a society where some women try to pretend like they don't do that. And then you go on their fucking Twitter feeds and they have picture after picture after picture after picture of men with their shirts off, men in all sorts of sweaty, sexy fucking poses and shit, and you're like, oh, I guess you're just looking for the style, right? The fashion. It's the lighting that really gets you. Obviously, the half-naked man in the picture isn't doing anything for you. You didn't even notice that. You were just focusing on the lighting of the scene. It's complete bullshit. And human beings have to sexualize each other because it's kind of important for the existence of our fucking species. Now, should you see someone only as a sexual object? Of course not. But I don't think the overwhelming majority of people that sexualize other people do that. Right? I don't think that's what sexualization actually is. Because it's not obvious to me that a man can, like, goes into a relationship. Like, the average man doesn't go into a relationship with a woman thinking that she's just a tool for sex. That's not the case. If that was the case, things would be a lot more fucked up than what it actually is. So yeah, I don't know. It's wild to me. They aren't? What do you mean, Moni? Oh, no, I'm the problem. You are, Moni. You are the problem. You're the reason people are losing their minds online. Mary can't be of both. In what way? I think there is, like, look, there's obviously, there's a difference between a healthy sexualization of someone and then a very unhealthy one. And I think that's where porn comes in, where it turns things into a very unhealthy sexualization, where even though you don't necessarily view your wife as only a sexual object, the things you want from her will almost require of her to just become a sexual object for you, right? If she wants to somehow please your fucking porn brain. Can I get some credit to you? I've been trying really hard. But Honkerston, trying what? What have you been trying hard? A lust for flesh is too big? I mean, what if your wife has porn brain? Zervirus, I'm not sure how much. Like, I'm not saying that porn doesn't have an effect on women at all, because I think that's not true. I think it does, but I'm not entirely sure how, if porn affects women as much as it does me. I'm not saying that it doesn't. I would like to know what the actual statistics on this is, but I'm not entirely sure how much of an effect porn will have on women, because we know that it has a massive effect on men. But I'm not sure how that would go the opposite way. It doesn't, to me, seem obvious that it has the same effect. But I could be fucking wrong, right? Accelerating the downfall of civilization. Well, it depends. Are we happy with where civilization is now? Women aren't open about it generally, so it's hard to say. Javaris, that's definitely also true. Like, the overwhelming majority of women won't just openly be vile, right? That's why I said, you have to, like, if you listen to women speak, you'll find that they are, like, sexualizing men the same way that men do women, but they oftentimes don't do it in the same sort of crude manner. Had a porn brain. I had to do some ungodly shit to make her happy and got gaslighted every time. I didn't want to fuck. Holy shit, Elodie. Are you bragging or complaining? Amu, how you doing, bro? Women watch way less. Yeah, I can agree that. I can believe that. I can believe that. I think on average, that would make sense. My girl wants to watch porn with me, but I think it's weird as fuck. Show me why. I mean, if it's something that you two are doing together, I mean, fuck it, you know? I do think, like, it could be risky, especially if either one of you is a little bit jealous. It is a risk, right? That you have to, like, only you can know. But if neither of you are actually jealous people, it might not be that weird. But I would definitely say it is going to affect probably the sanctity of your relationship to some extent. Don't fall for it. I am not, but she is. Then no. If she is jealous, then it's a big fat fucking no. You just go, nope, that's not happening. I'm not doing that. Because it will almost definitely fuck shit up. Like, almost guaranteed that will fuck shit up. It's like when people get bored in a relationship and they have this brilliant idea of making it an open relationship. If any one of the parties is even a little jealous, that is the worst fucking idea you can ever have in your relationship. Absolutely. Do not do that. Think about this. I really hope you'll make a follow-up for the rest of the episodes. I'd love to hear your takes on the further episodes of the show. Oh, you're talking about the Avatar. I probably will. It depends. I mean, up until now, I've said everything that I feel about Avatar, The Last Airbender animation show. It is... Bro, I don't know how the fuck they dropped the ball that hard with the live action. I don't know, like it takes a special skill to have an entire show basically already written for you and then mess it up the way that they did. You wait until he finishes the first book, which is what the show was based on. The first book is the first season of the animated show, right? They want to make a Game of Thrones, but then they didn't. I get if you wanted to make it more Game of Thrones darker, make it darker, but they didn't really, I think, achieve that goal because it wasn't darker as far as I'm concerned. If anything, it was dumbed down. Like that's what it felt like. The show felt dumbed down, as if they didn't know if the audience was going to be smart enough to follow the plot. Bond for a while. I'm talking over 10 years. Bond can be a tool to use to spice things up. Mary, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I mean, to each their own, right? And every human being has to do the things that they need to do. But I think for myself personally, I don't know if your relationship would need spicing up. I think if you do everything right, I don't know. That's just my take on it. But then again, I'm not married and I haven't been married for like 20 years or some shit. So I can't really say I'm talking from a place of fucking experience, right? In that regard. So it's sort of just my mind, right? Just in my mind trying to figure it out myself. How do you get all your chats linked like that? Theranos, I use Restream, and Restream merges all of the chats into a single chat. Starts from porn, then leads to an open relationship, rather not open that can of worms. Elodie, I don't know if that would ever be the progress of it. Like, that would be an extreme version of it. It's consistent, but the episodic mini plot is just appearing for 5 minutes and immediately solved. Aragast, I would say the biggest mistake they made with the live action that the animation didn't have, and for some reason, I don't know why they decided to remove this. In the live action, Aang is sort of portrayed as a much more serious character. And in the show, part of Aang's character and the charm of Aang's character is the fact that Aang is very childish still. Like, he's 9 years old, right? So obviously he's still going to do childish things, where in the show, Aang, he's pretty much deep, dark, and depressed from fucking minute one, and then eventually he stops being deep, dark, and depressed. But the character progression isn't really there, as I think it's going to be in the animated show. I have no problem if you wanted to make it grim dark, but you fucked up the character progression of most of the characters, so the show's grim dark nature isn't going to reveal itself. Because dark isn't just, oh, we'll just have more dark scenes. I still need to be able to get into the show, right? I still need to be able to identify with the different characters in the show. And on the live action, I'm not identifying with any of the characters. Not really. Sokka, as I've said to you guys yesterday, may as well not be in the fucking show. Sokka comes across as a pathetic fucking third wheel because he's basically useless. He can't bend, and his comedic moments is really bad. But then you watch the animated show, and his misogyny is what makes his comedic moments super fucking funny, because he gets his ass kicked right after he was a giant misogynist. I watched the episode where he meets the female warriors and he walks into the dojo and he's like, oh, sorry, ladies. didn't mean to interrupt your dancing. I was just looking for a place to work out, right? And she's like, oh, you came to the right place. And he's like, yeah, I'm the best warrior in my village. She's like, oh, then you could probably teach us. I don't know. Girls really aren't made for the fighting that I do. And she's like, wow, please teach us. And then she kicks his fucking ass. And I laughed. Like, I was genuinely laughing out loud. It was the funniest shit fucking ever. Whereas that exact scene in live action just comes across as them bullying him. Like, the girls are just bullies. And it's sort of like, well, you removed the motivation for him getting his ass kicked. Why? The motivation is what makes it funny. Dead Magic, I will say, I think in full hand-to-hand combat, I don't think there's many goals that could go toe-to-toe with a guy, even if you did it in the same weight class. I just don't see it. The problem that you would have there is, even if the dude struck a glancing blow, there's a chance he's taking her fucking head off, right? Because he's just so much more fucking powerful than she is. And he's faster than what she is. Some of the advantages of being a man. And so I'm not entirely sure. I think it matters less when you're younger. Like, we know that it matters less when you're younger. So actually, girls tend to be stronger than boys up until a certain age. I think it's like just after puberty. Before puberty, girls tend to actually be stronger than boys. And then puberty hits. And that's when boys completely shoot past. And then it's a huge fuck up. Dropped out. Yeah, but the misogynistic stuff is what makes it funny. Like, I don't even know if you could say they removed the misogynistic stuff because of woke. Because in the show, he's misogynistic and then he gets his ass kicked. You would think that the woke crowd would fucking love that. Because every time he's misogynistic, he gets his ass kicked. Which is part of the joke. So if you are woke, that shit should be fucking... Like, you should jump at the opportunity to put that shit in the show. There is, but the woke crowd doesn't get it. I always ask my friend, if the house is on fire and you need to be carried out, who do you want carrying you out? Just plain and simple. And who does he say? Oh, people can't humor. They don't do humor. True. A man. It depends, though. Like, I don't think I would be carrying you out. Like, fuck that. I'd be saving myself. But I get what you're saying. Well, crowd will start crying before the punchline of the joke. Oh, yeah, that's also true. Nuance is lost on them. For me, it's Scarlett Johansson. You want Scarlett Johansson to carry you out of a burning building. Morny, how very manly of you. I love to hear further takes. As a huge Avatar Last Airbender fan, I love hearing what others think about it. Super enjoyed your take. I'll definitely watch the shit out of those videos. I'll definitely give it a go. The world is so messy right now. You are not wrong, Cat. You are not fucking wrong. People can't take jokes anymore. That's my biggest issue with the world right now. Like, a normal joke that really is just meant to be haha, everyone moves the fuck on, is no longer a joke. I'll give you guys an example of this. I actually retweeted this the other day. Let me just find it for you. Oh, here it is. There it is. Okay, so this particular person retweeted someone else's post. And the post was, sadly, you can't see the post because the post is unavailable. But the post was about a guy holding a fish. And the fish, with his mouth, did this weird fucking sucking motion, right? And the guy clearly saw the joke in that. He saw the sexual innuendo in what the fish was doing. And I think the caption of the post was something like, "Tell me you wouldn't," right? Now, any dude that is a fucking dude will know that that is how dudes operate. Sexual innuendo is funny. When your friend says something and you notice, you could go, "That's what she said." That's funny. You laugh at it. If your friend says something that's sort of mildly weird and sexual, you'll take the piss out of him because it's funny. And men tend to pick up, at least a lot of men, tend to pick up on sexual innuendo very, very quickly. Something I found in my own life. I remember ex-girlfriend. She'd say something and I would sit there giggling, right? Because she said something that is kind of like taken out of context. That shit would be super sexual. And eventually she started to realize when I start giggling, it's because she said something sexual, right? Or something that could be perceived as sexual, whereas she wouldn't even pick up on it. Like, we'd be sitting in a conversation and someone would say something, I'd be like, "Oh shit." She wouldn't even notice, right? The only way she would notice is when I start giggling about it because I find it funny, or when my friends started giggling about it because they also picked up on it. Right, so sexual innuendo is just a thing that guys do. It just becomes a natural thing. There's some girls that's really good at it, some girls less good at it. But for the most part, most girls do this. Or most guys do this at least. And yeah, you know what? It is super immature. It's super fucking childish. But guess what, girls? We don't actually ever grow up. The idea that you're looking for a grown-ass man? Keep looking. We don't actually exist. I promise you, the overwhelming majority of men don't actually ever really grow up. We learn how to be responsible. We learn how to take responsibility. But inside, we're still just a fucking kid. And we still just want to do kid shit. That's why we can entertain ourselves with stupid bullshit that you would never understand. Because we never actually stop dreaming about slaying the dragons and about going on adventures. We never actually stop dreaming about that stuff. Our dreams just get intermingled with other things. Now, this girl, of course, takes this very literally. Because the left obviously can't take a fucking joke. The woke crowd can't take a fucking joke. Males will literally fantasize about graping a fish. And I'm supposed to believe ugly women don't get sexually harassed. Now, to be clear, I am pretty sure that ugly women, beautiful women, all women get sexually harassed. I'm actually quite convinced of that. Because the problem is that no matter how ugly a woman may be, she's only ugly for some men. There's guaranteed a man or two out there that thinks she is incredibly hot and therefore would absolutely do this to her. But your premise is flawed. No man fantasized about graping a fish. No man actually saw that fish in the sucking movement and thought to themselves, "Fish? Well, let's go, bro." No man was doing that. They saw the joke and they shared the joke with everyone. You're the only one that isn't in on the fucking joke because you're too fucking stupid to follow the joke. Or, and I hate to say this, but I do think there's some kernel of truth to it, you understood that this was just a joke. But this was the perfect opportunity for you to signal to your village of retards how woke and how based you are to them. What a good little person you are for calling out the evil men that see a fish and think, "Well, you know, this is funny as fuck." I don't believe you actually think any of this. In fact, you probably saw the fish and laughed too. And then realized, "Oh, I shouldn't laugh at this." No. This is highly problematic. Go fuck yourself. Shut the fuck up. No one cares. Oh, right. Fucking hell. No, it feels like that, don't it? It feels like some of these motherfuckers are already role-playing as if there is such a thing as a social credit score. I wish people would just stop doing that. That's my biggest wish, that people would just wake the fuck up and stop pretending to be good people online. For what? A couple of likes on the internet. What's far more problematic is that that original post got almost 90,000 fucking likes, bro. There are 90,000 people out there that are stupid enough to believe that this girl was in the right for saying it. I don't know, man. For a handful of likes from people you will likely never interact again. The thing is, for a lot of these people, like this original poster, their lives are literally lived online, right? You have to understand, there is a massive group of people whose entire life is lived through Twitter. They have no real life friends. They have no real life experiences. They never leave the house. Their only interactions with the outside world is either through Twitter or through some video game. So to them, the 90,000 likes on the post is everything, right? It confirms that their existence matters. Like, people actually give a fuck, when in reality, no one gives a fuck. Raining the other day, my husband dragged me through a puddle. It was such a wonderful moment. I love his childish side. I think, to be fair though, I know people like to pretend, but women have a fucking childish side as well. Like, a girl that's actually happily married or in a happy relationship, dude, she can be incredibly fucking childish. To anyone that isn't in love with her, they would find her super annoying. But to the man that loves her, she's endearing, right? So fundamentally, I think it's more that neither sex ever really grows up, right? Like, we become responsible adults, but we never actually become adults. We're pretty much always just children. Sort of play acting our way through the world. Yes, we are. We are even more. A man will do teen bullshit. We're gonna do 5-year-old shit. Yeah, that's true. And to the man that loves you, that shit's cute as fuck. Every other man would look at that and go, the fuck is this bitch doing? Like, why is she acting like a child? Right? I saw this video on Twitter once where literally this is what happened. A guy retweeted this video of a girl dancing for her husband. Like, her kid was on the couch. Her husband was sort of lying on the sofa. And she was standing there dancing to her kid's, I guess, favorite TV program. Like, the kid's cartoon was on. And she was doing the dance from the cartoon for her husband. And you can see the husband's laughing, right? He finds it very funny that she's doing this. And the caption of the dude that's retweeting it is something like, bitches like this will make your life a living hell, or something like that. And I thought, the fuck are you talking about? Dude, most normal men dream of marrying a fucking woman like that. Because guess what? That's the shit that keeps you young. And she will keep you young if you keep her happy. dirty and dark sense of humor like me. She just laughs and shakes her head. I'm so lucky that I don't go to deal with some perpetual victim mentality and that I have someone to joke with. Dead Magic, fucking hang on to her, bro. Like, the happiest the man can be is getting himself a based fucking girl. If you grow up, you've done something wrong or have a hell of a lot of mental hang-ups. Truth. Being real is the way. True. Very true. We got 2 kids. We're locked in. Nice, bro. Fucking nice. Good job. Good job. 2 kids, man. Fucking hell. Kids. As someone that's single and obviously don't have children, kids seem like such hard work. But I have to admit, then you scroll through YouTube shorts and you see these videos of kids just being kids, and you can't help but look at it and go, I want one of those fuckers. I want one of those. They seem like fun to have. I remember my little brothers, because I was like 12 when my twin brothers were born. My little twin brothers were born. Dude, they're funny as fuck, man. It is fun to hang out with little babies. Because they do funny shit, and you can do funny shit to them. Like, I remember you hold them like this, and you blow right into their face. And for some reason at that age, they can't handle the direct wind. So they have this sort of gulping, like, like this, almost taking their breath away kind of thing. Dude, I did that a lot. I'm afraid I'll end up like my younger cousin and die alone without procreating. The only way you'll die alone without procreating is if you don't do anything about actually finding someone. Only you can ensure that you find someone. And if you are terminally sitting at home doing absolutely fuck all, I promise you, you're not going to find anyone. Like, the pizza girl isn't going to arrive one day, give you your pizza, and go, fuck, I've been waiting for you my whole life. That is only in the porn movies. You actually have to go out there and find that fucking girl. And that's just how it goes, right? You have to get out there and fucking find her. My advice would be, join a gym, start working out. I'm in that phase right now for me. And then eventually, you really want to meet a lot of girls. Like, dude, this is like fucking the killing grounds almost. But if you want to meet girls, go do physical activities. Motherfucker. Things like hiking, things like fucking bungee jumping, or any sort of outdoor activity. I don't know why, but that shit is always fucking packed with girls. Like, for some reason, girls don't just sit at home doing fuck all. They go to brunch, and in Cape Town, for example, they'll go to wine tastings, and they'll go to fucking physical activities like tennis, or there's another game, I can't remember what it's called now, but it's like tennis inspired by squash mixed with a bunch of other shit. And it's always just a shit ton of girls. I need to get to bed now. Rubbing Firebat, take care of yourself, bro. Thank you so much for hanging out. I was with a guy I just met in front of his front door. Was asking to leech his Wi-Fi. Kicked over there. I leached more. Fucking hell, Niara. Really? You so desperately wanted Wi-Fi that you were willing to suck his dick? I hope it was fast Wi-Fi. I'm always in the damn gym too much. I don't know what. Fuck me. What's it called? It's you have glass on the backside, right? So it's glass on the back of the court. The court goes right up into the glass, and then it's a cage on the sides and at the top. If the ball hits the cage without bouncing first, it's out. It's a pretty big court, but it's sort of like maybe it is called pickleball. Maybe it's called something else. I don't know. But that game is massive as well. It's not squash, but it's sort of like tennis mixed with squash. Them steppers, love, hate. Dude, so many girls do steppers. So many men appreciate that. Not gonna lie. The steppers at the gym is an absolute godsend. It is a beautiful machine. Gregory, how you doing, brother? Never heard of that? You have to have heard of it, man. Fucking hell. What's it called? It has an actual name. It's not racquetball. Paddle. It's called Paddle. Paddle. That's the fucking game. It's called Paddle. Let me show you what it looks like. That's it. Paddle. I've played this a couple of times. Super fun. You can see here, it's glass at the back, and then cage all around. And the ball can hit the cage if it first bounced, but it can't hit the cage like straight. And I think you can also not hit the ball straight into the back of the glass. It's called Paddle. Pickleball. Why would you call it pickleball? This is called the World Paddle Tour. Is pickleball the exact same fucking thing as this? It's a fast game, though. It's a super fast game. Very fun. Very fucking fun. Doesn't use a cage. Yeah, there's cage at the top. The ball isn't allowed to hit the cage directly. But it's a very fun game. It's a really, really fun game. But yeah, this shit is also like super, super good. It's for the stepper, more the high. I don't do cardio at the gym. I like weight training. That's my fucking jam. Anytime someone asked me to paddle them, that game never came to mind. Yeah, that we're not talking about that kind of paddle, although you could use the racket probably for that as well, if you wanted to. Like, you could have fun playing paddle and then have fun paddling afterwards. If that is, you know, your thing. I've lived in the US my whole life, never heard of pickleball, learn something new every day. Me too, I do weights as well. That is something that's starting to happen. I remember back when I was much younger, my mom and my aunts and stuff, they used to go to the gym, and women would never do weights, like ever. My mom would never do weights. My aunt would never do weights. They would just do the cardio stuff. And nowadays, women are all about the weights. I think it's because most women have realized, well, actually, no, you're not going to turn into a fucking bodybuilder 5 minutes into a weight training session. You can do weights, it's fine. Marty B, how you doing? What's the chat about? We're talking about a bunch of different things. I'm not entirely sure. Some people are talking about pickleball and how pickleball may or may not be paddle. Other people are talking about pickleball and how they've never heard of pickleball. Then me and Kat is having a conversation about people going to the gym and how things have changed over the course of years in the gym. And I'm pretty sure there's another conversation happening in chat at the moment. Oh, Elodie is talking about Final Fantasy Rebirth. I don't know what the fuck that is, but he's talking about that. So everyone, like, it's sort of like a free-for-all. Everyone's having some conversation at the moment. We'll probably come on to a topic at some point again that we can all share in. But for now, it's a free-for-all. Fahrenheit, how you doing? Considering the fact that the only Final Fantasy I've ever played is Final Fantasy 14, I have no idea what the fuck Final Fantasy Rebirth is, so, you know. Neo Wonder, how you doing? For me, going to the gym is just clear mind, right? It helps you clear your mind and just sort of, like, you can't give a fuck about anything because everything's just sore. You would love FF7, play the original. Not bad for a Monday. And yourself? Neo Wanderer, I'm tired as shit. I haven't slept nearly enough. But I thought I would go live anyways, because if I could either be live on, I could either be tired on stream or I could be tired not on stream. Like, I'm still going to be fucking tired, so may as well just do it this way. And then the remake, both are good. Yeah, you know, I have to work. You know, I have to be in the coal mine. This shit isn't gonna pay for itself. I feel I've been sleeping like shit myself. It's that time of the year, I think. It has to be. It has to be. It's just that time of the year. You're in acid mines? Oh man. You know what? I'm in the mood for a game like Starfield, but better than Starfield. You know? I'm actually so pissed that they fucking screwed up Starfield. Because I'm in the mood for Starfield, but something that's better than Starfield. Like, with a Starfield, but without all the loading screens, basically. But the same level of story and graphics and feel, like, that's what I'm looking for. Or, what's that scuba diving game? You guys told me about the scuba diving game. Subnautica, but without the scary shit. Like, I would play Subnautica as well if it wasn't for the scary shit. I'm in the mood for a base building game that isn't scary, but that also has a really cool story. I've played Outer Worlds, yes. I've been hearing good things about Helldivers 2. Yeah, but Helldivers 2 has no story. The story is just fight. Get it? Star Citizen would have been that if the CEO wasn't so keen on making the perfect game. I don't think that game is ever gonna fucking come out. The audio sounds underwater is water makes you jump? No. It wasn't the audio sounds underwater that made me jump. It's the giant fuck of like snake monster thing that made me jump. Because apparently you can't fight those. You just have to swim past them. Now that is quite legitimately triggering my worst fucking fear. Actually, it's triggering two of my worst fears. When I was a very small boy, right? I'm talking maybe 8 or 9. There was this restaurant that my parents used to go to every Sunday. And they were going there because it had a carvery every Sunday, which is like a buffet, but not a buffet, but it is kind of like a buffet. You couldn't go back for seconds, but you could, like, you paid for one go, and then you could stack your plate as much as you want for the one go, whatever the fuck, like, however you want to put, like, however you want to view that. And we would usually play outside. They had this sort of garden thing that was inside, but it was like a almost like a reservation kind of thing, majiggy. And there was this this huge bush thing that if you crawled into the bush and you looked through the window of the building just next door, it would be this super dark and eerie room on the other side. But the only reason it was so dark is the windows itself were tinted. So it made the room look a lot more dark and eerie. So I would have this dream. It was like a recurring nightmare for probably 2 years, 2.5 years. where I would have this dream of being in that eerie room, and there's a guy chasing me in the room, and I'm running up these stairs, but I can't get away from the guy fast enough. And then I fall because the floor is too slippery and the guy catches me. So I have this fear of having to run away from someone and not being able to see them, but knowing they're behind me. And then my second greatest fear would be swimming without being able to see the bottom or without being able to see what is in front of me. So that fucking scene where you have to swim past the giant sea monster triggers both of my greatest fears. I cannot play that game because I can only play until the point where I get to that giant sea monster, and then that shit's too fucking much for me. Swamp when I was 6, that would do it for me. I've not played BioShock because I've heard that shit's scary as well. Americas, how you doing? The fuck is tasselphobia? If that is what I just described, then maybe that's what I have. But I hate. I can't swim in water that I can't see the bottom. Oh yeah, fuck it. If a ship ever goes down in the middle of the ocean, I want to die on the fucking ship. You know in the Titanic, where people are desperately trying to get off the boat? I hope I'm the guy that drops down and then hits everything on the fucking way down. So I just die instantly there. How you doing, bro? Yeah, I am streaming right now. 1, 2, 3, best FPS, storyline ever. Yeah, but it's also scary, so fuck it. Because, dude, I can't think of a worse fear than being in the middle of the fucking ocean, being in the middle of the ocean, not knowing what the fuck is below you, and you're just sort of drifting there. Like, you're just floating there. Like, anything can be below you right now, anything, and you wouldn't be able to see it because you're in the deep blue. Below you is like hundreds of meters, if not thousands of meters of nothing. Or at least whatever the fuck there is, you can't see it. And you're just in there. That shit drives me fucking crazy, bro. I can't do that. Thank you so much for the follow. Bait, really appreciate you. They made a movie on that where they forgot to put down the ladder to get back up on the ship. Yeah, I wouldn't watch that movie. I'm only scared of heights. I'm not scared of heights. I'm more wary of lights, but I'm not scared of lights. The one cute fox, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So what about being stranded in space, drifting towards nowhere until you run out of supplies? That shit would be worrying to me, but it wouldn't scare me. I mean, it would be worrying. I'm in the middle of fucking space, drifting towards nowhere, and my supplies are running out. But the good thing about that would be, as soon as I open the door to outer space, you die pretty much instantly. So just drift until your supplies run out and then open the fucking door. You probably won't even feel the death. That's how quickly it would happen. So that wouldn't bother me as much. I wouldn't be afraid of that. But being in the middle of the ocean, that shit scares me. I can't see the bottom. I don't know what the fuck is below me. It can be anything. That shit is scary. I don't want that. Like when I drive my car over Trafford Center Bridge. Oh gosh. How about trapped in an underground cave system? Again, you're talking about the fear of death, which is obviously a real thing, and no one wants to think about death. No one wants to feel like they may be dying, but it's a different kind of fear, right? When you're actually facing death, not being afraid would be stupid. when you're facing certain death. There's obviously things that can happen where it just happens and there's nothing you can do. So, for example, when I was in college, I think I was about 21, 22, I got mugged at gunpoint in my car. They stole my wallet and my phone. And in South Africa, that's a 50-50, right? Either the guy takes the wallet and the phone and he leaves you alone, or he shoots you. You get face-to-face with that, you just face it. What the fuck are you supposed to do, right? You keep your head. You comply with whatever the guy said, because at the time I was in college, I didn't have my own gun, so there's literally nothing I can do. You just go, yep, all right, no problem. Grab your wallet and your shit, and you just stay calm. I was actually more calm than I thought I would have been. If you asked me before that happened, how would you deal with it? I would be like, I'd freak out. But I was super calm. I remember the tap on the window. I looked, and the guy was like, I thought at first the guy was a beggar. And I was like, no, leave me. And then he tapped on it again, and I heard the metal sound of the tapping. And as I looked, I saw the gun. And he was like, give me your phone and your wallet. And I looked at the gun, and I was just like, yeah, all right. Just gave him the wallet and the gun. And then I drove to the police station. I was like, yeah, they just stole my wallet and my gun. My wallet and my phone. Could you please write a report? And like, yeah, sure, no worries. Then I phoned my bank and I canceled everything. But that, I feel like that fear is a lot more warranted. Whereas, for example, being in the middle of the fucking ocean, it's not immediate death, at least, right? It's not obvious that you are going to die, because the thing that I'm fearing in that situation isn't death. The thing that I'm fearing in that situation is the fact of being in the middle of the fucking ocean and not knowing what's below me. Like, I'll worry about death when I start getting tired of paddling. That's when I'll go, fuck, I'm gonna die. But until then, fuck what's below me. If you had to, what is the one way you do not want to die? Like, the one way that this is, like, you would rather anything else than this. What's your biggest, like, I don't want to die this way? Don't want to get fucked to death by a grizzly bear. Buried alive. Eaten alive. Drowned in an underwater cave. So, here's the funny thing. Being buried alive is actually a very peaceful death. It's actually a very peaceful death. Because what would happen in that scenario, if the thing doesn't get crushed and, you know, you're still in the, everything's fine. All that would happen there is you would slowly run out of oxygen. And as the oxygen gets less and less, you would eventually pass out and you wouldn't even feel the fact that you're dead, right? Apparently, the best way to die is freezing. Because as your brain starts to realize that it's going to die, it actually puts you in a state of euphoria almost. For me, it's drowning. I don't know why, but just the idea of having to, like, dude, that shit, it's so fucking harsh. It's because you can't control that, right? You can say, I'm going to hold my breath as long as possible until I pass out, but that's actually not how it works. So after a while, your body will force you to take a breath. Long before you've passed out, your body will force you to take a breath. And then you'll get a breath, like lungs full of water. And anyone that's ever, like, accidentally had it go down the wrong side knows how fucking sore that is. Why aren't we talking about death? It's just fun. I have to sit here and listen to you guys tell me about scary games all the fucking time. Now we're talking about something I want to talk about. And that is, how do you want to die? No, that channel, and occasionally watch a video or two of them when it pops in my recommended. Which channel is that, Spoleto? Almost drowned back in SeaWorld when I was 10. It was agony. The moment stretched while you grasp for air. Fuck me. Yeah, that's shit. Really interesting, and the feelings it can bring up. True. I want to die in my sleep. I think everyone wants that, right? Just peacefully pass on. What's scarier than death is the possibility of reincarnation. I mean, why would that be scarier? The thing is, let's say, for example, reincarnation is real. What is it that scares you about reincarnation? But if you have to, but you wouldn't be able to remember the shit that you already went through. So you'll just go through it as if it's your first time. Because if reincarnation is real, then you are probably right now not living the first iteration of your life. And you can't remember jack shit about before this life. So your next go will have exactly the same repercussions. Yeah, go mid-orgasm and brutally scar your partner. What if you both die mid-orgasm? No harm, no foul. It's a victimless event. As Tyrion said, with a belly full of wine and a girl's mouth around my cock. The problem was Tyrion Lannister wasn't talking about his wife, right? Oh, shit, man. If only they didn't fuck up the last 2 seasons of Game of Thrones. Man, Game of Thrones was a good show. I don't care what anyone fucking says. That was a good show. Man, and they fucked it. Oh. It's actually sad. It is actually sad. Because even with the last 2 episodes being a complete train wreck, it's actually still decent. Like, you can still watch it. I actually rewatched Game of Thrones not that long ago. Is it laziness? It feels to me like George R.R. Martin is just doing too much. I have a feeling that George R.R. Martin is never actually going to finish the universe of Game of Thrones. I don't think he's ever gonna finish it. I think George R.R. Martin, his work is basically gonna get finished the same way that H.P. Lovecraft, where eventually other people started writing out his universe for him, because H.P. Lovecraft did very few books actually in his universe. The overwhelming majority of books in the H.P. Lovecraft universe is written by people that isn't H.P. Lovecraft. And I think that's going to happen with George R. R. Martin's work as well. Because he's already, he helped on Elden Ring, and now he helped on Elden Ring's new DLC as well. And now he's working on apparently 3 TV shows as well that are all telling stories in the universe of Game of Thrones, but each with its own bend, sort of like different versions, things that isn't in the books or that aren't in the books. And then he's still working on the other book, like the next book. So it is sort of like, I don't think that last book is going to see the light of day, because he's not getting any younger either. With him, and he said he is struggling to finish it. People that go George R. R. Martin is lazy and not writing the books don't pay attention and realize that Elden Ring and the new DLC won't be around without him. Yeah, but I think people that want the new Game of Thrones books don't really give a fuck about Elden Ring. I think there's a lot of people that care about Game of Thrones that couldn't give 2 shits about Elden Ring. Obviously, the gamers care, but how many people do you think are fans of Game of Thrones that aren't even gamers? I also think writing, especially writing his universe, might be difficult as fuck. Because he likes focusing on the real stuff. He doesn't just write something. He writes the political policies, the tax policies, he literally writes Game of Thrones almost as if it's a real life history of a real life place. If you listen to him talk about like Westeros and he talks about the universe, it is as if it's an actual universe. Won't even read the books. True. I think George R.R. Martin is Akko. He starts a book and then starts another and another and another and never finish. Yara, that is literally me. That is literally me. According to Miyazaki, Shadow of the Erdtree is based on the previous work Martin did for Elden Ring, so he didn't come back to help. I read every book years ago. I still need to read the Game of Thrones books. I'm actually a little embarrassed that I haven't read them yet, but I'm trying to get them. I'm trying to get the box set of the books, so I'm waiting for my local bookstore to get the box set so I can actually have it on my shelf and read the physical copies of it. Because I have the book on my Kindle, but I don't like Kindle as much. The only show or movie that I won't read the books for is Harry Potter. I like the movies. I don't see how the books would add anything that I don't like. I like the movies. They do a good job of telling me what the Harry Potter universe is about. I don't feel any need to read the books. It's greater than the books? No, there is no show that's greater than the books, but every once in a while you watch a show and the show is good enough. Like the show, like for example, I'll give you a good example of where that was the opposite. Wheel of Time. Watching Wheel of Time made me desperately want to read the books Wheel of Time, because the show itself is really good at making you really yearn for the lore of the universe that's created there. But then, like Harry Potter, the movies were great and I really enjoyed them, but at no point did I feel like, oh man, I really need to read the books here. Like the universe is just fine in the show for me. It's enjoyable, but it's not that enjoyable that I'll feel like, oh, I need to read the books in order to get more of this universe. Epic Thulu, I can't listen to books. So that's sadly, I can't do audiobooks. I've tried. It doesn't work for me. It does not work. I tried with the Horus Heresy, Horus Rising, and after about a week of trying to get past chapter 1 of the audiobook, I realized I have to buy the book. I can't do this. It's not possible. Harry Potter is next to no real lore. You won't get much more from the books. Dude, yet people love that shit. Like, there's people that absolutely adore Harry Potter. Audiobook has the two most amazing narrators you can ask for. Do you think someone like George R.R. Martin would ever be willing to write, say, for example, in the Warhammer 40k universe? So do you think he wouldn't be a good fit for it? I can't do audio. I'd rather read. I have trouble following audio. I get distracted, and then half an hour later, I realize I haven't heard a single word that's been read. Of the books, but I can also admit they are hollow in terms of building beyond what is needed for a story. I don't think he'd work in 40k setting. Why not? I don't think he would work for most of the stories, but you could get him to write sort of more administrative story. Say, for example, a story about a specific planet within the Warhammer 40k universe. I think that's where he would shine. Audiobook last week, the ambience and background noise made it so fucking amazing. Yeah, but I would just stop listening at some point, and then I would get busy with something else. So that's why I can't do it. I cannot do it, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot do it. It doesn't work. Listening to a story to ASMR? You guys are weird. Deptus Administratum. Well, I was thinking along those lines. Something to do with a lot more administrative work and like the actual inner workings of a planet, say, under attack by either a Xenos race or something to that effect, where he can really like flex his muscles kind of thing. That is shit that I think would actually work well. Oh shit, wait a second. Here's something. Here's something, chat. Let's see. Ashes of Creation revealing a huge node and quest update. Alright. It's interesting how people are still hopped up on this game, but I feel like a lot of the hype for this game is no longer there. Like, am I wrong about this? Am I the only one that feels this? But it genuinely feels like the hype is kind of gone. Like, it feels as if they started too early with the hype train, and most people are just sort of over Ashes of Creation. But let's see. So there's a new node update, a huge node update.
Hey, what up, boys? So with this month's live stream approaching once again, it's time for a prediction to set expectations. Expectations for a subject that nobody knows what it is. Great subject choice this month, by the way, guys. I'm sure nobody will be overwhelmingly disappointed as we see the same Kalar nodes in the Riverlands again. But before we get into that, our beautiful patrons and coped out the wazoo Twitch subs and I would love for you to grab yourself a Kyopa Kyola, because commissions are definitely an odd subject to be showing so close to the Alpha 2's release, and it begs the question,
Why?
So today, I'm going to attempt to resupply your copium just so the showcase achieves that oh so delicious, crippling disappointment we've become so used to over the last 6 years of our life. Now, with all that bollocks out of the way, let's begin, shall we?
Okay.
So before we can appreciate the genius that is commissions and why they're the subject of a whole live stream 6 months before the game's most important marketing beat, we need to understand where they come from and the function they have in this highly anticipated MMORPG. To put it simply, and what was also explained by Roshan when asked by the community, commissions are single objective quests.
What?
Yes, that's right. This month's livestream is all about literally collecting 10 Borasses. Riveting.
You know how much I sacrificed?
But is there more to this system, and as such, more to this upcoming stream? Because it seems rather strange.
They're reinventing the word quest just for what? Because in almost all other MMOs, we just call those quests. collecting boar osses, yeah, that's a quest. Why are they calling those commissions? Or is it maybe like a daily? So their word for daily is a commission.
For them to show something so basic, even if it is to garner a little feedback. Well, there isn't just one type of commission in Ashes of Creation, and although it's confirmed that this month isn't focusing on that other type of commission, it's important to talk about the system as a whole so we understand the direction of Steven Sharif's immaculate vision. For you see, during our exciting showcase of a level 3 node that blew everyone out of the water, even though this system already existed in Alpha 1, but it seems to have been completely reworked from the ground up, and everything that was present in the Alpha 1 was just a waste of time, they gave us a presentation outlining a few of the core mechanics involved with nodes.
These nodes are going to be either the thing that breaks this game or the thing that makes it great. I don't know what way it's going to go, but I can see so many different ways in which nodes just go completely wrong. You can be commissioned by other players as well, going off their previous talks about player interactions. Yeah, I mean, that still makes it like a one-off, right? Like a daily kind of quest.
Commissions in our game is basically a simple type of quest with a singular objective, and there will be other types of commissions, like, quest-related ones, narrative-related ones, but mayors will have access to initiate mayoral commissions, which are kind of special, and these are commissions that are meant to help the node in some way. And then the node will be rewarded based on the amount of players that complete these commissions. So, kind of back to how we were talking about, this is one of the ways to generate more mandates. If you're doing commissions and a lot of players are completing them and helping out the node, you'll be getting some more mandate power. And yeah, and the players will be rewarded as such. So you can get things like experience, node reputation, node currency, and other different kinds of rewards for helping out the node. Yeah, the commissions basically just cost gold from the treasury from there to initiate, and they'll have a limited number of commission slots active at one time. And then you can have a variety of commissions that'll be enabled based on the node type, its location, the predominant node race, and different building choices, right? So there'll be a lot of different options for the mayor to try to see what they want to try to incentivize their players to, their citizens to, and other.
You need a fucking spreadsheet just to understand what the fuck this guy just said. Like, in the game, you need a spreadsheet of like a complete breakdown of all the different, like the mayor has put out these level, like this amount of commissions for this amount of shit. And I need to do this amount of this in order to get this. But then in order to get this, I also need to do this so that I can get this thing. And then I have to get this thing. But in order to get this thing, I also have to do commissions from this place. Dude, this sounds incredibly confusing to me.
They're visiting players to work on.
Just to be clear, there are mayoral commissions, and then there are node commissions, right? And the node commissions are just general commissions that interact with the world around you, the POIs that exist around your node, and the mayoral ones are specifically chosen. Chris, if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, the mayoral commissions are specifically chosen by the mayor. It is similar to the regular commission system, but that system is more system generated, right? So anyone can participate in a mayoral commission, but for mandates, like I said, we track the citizen participation in those, right? The mayoral commissions are available for a limited time. There's no limit on the amount of players that can complete them, right? And you can't repeat one that's active, right? But once that timer runs out, based on how many people completed it, will determine kind of what reward the node gets as a result of that commission.
Mayoral commissions are the closest thing we have in relation to this month's showcase, and these play a huge role in both the player-driven element and allowing a node to make important tactical decisions.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, Epic Thulu. It sounds like it's just player-generated content. Now, I'm not entirely sure what that player-generated content is going to look like, because you have games ranging from some of the older games out there that will literally allow players to create entire dungeons from scratch, and those dungeons tend to usually be super bomb. Like, they're bad, like really, really bad. There's games out there that have player-made dungeons where the whole dungeon is just empty. There's nothing there. And it just exists. And then you have games that allow players to make quests. And then you have games that allow players to do things, but the things are already generated in the world. You can just now send people out to do this thing that's already generated and therefore make it so that people will go and do it. So I'm not entirely sure how the mayoral commissions are going to work in that regard.
As explained, these types of commissions persist for a certain amount of time, and depending on how many players actually complete the task, it offers the node a plethora of different rewards. These come in the form of commodities, which are the vendor items purchased with Glint and used in caravan runs, node-to-node reputation, which likely relates to node alliances within the vassal system, mandates, which are special buffs that mayors can activate using a node's limited energy pool, and finally, temporary and likely less powerful buffs for buildings and zones. Now, if most of this stuff has gone completely over your head, I get it, right? Ashes of Creation is a very complicated game with a lot of interlinking systems that sound...
And that's the problem. Gregory, you hit the nail on the head. That's the thing that got me into a lot of hot water with the Ashes of Creation Copium crowd. When most games out there succeed due to simplicity. World of Warcraft, for example, was a major breakout success because it was simpler than all of the other MMOs at the time. Dark Age of Camelot, Lineage 2, even EverQuest had a lot more of a convoluted system that you had to sort of wade through in order to understand the game. Whereas World of Warcraft came around and it was simplistic. When you died, you didn't lose all of your gear. You didn't lose XP. You just died and then you had to run back to your body. You didn't have to calculate how many deaths you could do, how many mobs you have to kill in order to get to the next thing. It showed you exactly what you needed to do and you just went and you did it. So it made the game a lot more accessible to a lot more people, and that drove its success. League of Legends, for the same reason, became the premier MOBA. It was a lot more simplistic, and even to this day, it is a lot more simplistic than something like Dota. And as a result of that, more people navigate towards that. The problem when you have a game like, for example, what they're trying to do with Ashes of Creation, either you have the success story that is EVE Online, which is also, I mean, the game has a literal spreadsheet system built into it to allow players to keep track of the economy and to allow players to keep track of the game, because that game is basically like a spreadsheet simulator. Ultimately, you do more spreadsheeting than what you actually play the game for. Or you end up with any one of 100 dead games on Steam, because the games try to reinvent the wheel. Look at Rift. You can even look at some of the modern day MMOs out there, right? Guild Wars 2 for a while in the beginning. Star Wars, The Old Republic. All of these games try to reinvent the wheel, create these almost unnecessarily complicated games. Now, none of them to the extent of Ashes of Creation. And the problem is, whenever players started to play it, they yearn for the simplicity of the wheel. The wheel is the wheel because it works. And I fear, I'm not saying that is going to happen, but there is a good chance that players log into Ashes of Creation and it is so difficult to understand what they're supposed to do that they just log out. And if you don't think that happens, just think quickly human beings, and then you very quickly realize, wait, that's exactly what humans do. Most humans, if they can't understand something inherently, or at least semi-instantly, will just stop engaging with the thing. Well, I don't understand what the fuck is going on here. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go play World of Warcraft. Because this is confusing. I need all of these. Look in World of Warcraft. Whenever the expansions sort of convoluted their systems, how did players react? Whenever it wasn't a straightforward, go kill the boss, get gear upgrade, good, let's go. When it was sort of like, well, get the gear, but also that gear isn't as good because this thing isn't upgraded yet. You need to upgrade this thing in order to make this gear actually as good as you need it to be. But then once this gear is actually upgraded, it's not as good. It still needs to Titan Forge. So you actually have to keep doing it because it hasn't Titan Forge to the highest. And because it hasn't Titan Forge to the highest, your Heart of the Azeroth hasn't actually upgraded to the highest because it needs to be Titan Forge to the highest before the... As soon as it becomes too complicated for the player just checks the fuck out. The player's like, well, never mind. I don't care. I want something that's straightforward and easy to understand. I'm not saying it will happen, but there's a real chance that that is exactly what happens.
Innovative and maybe even overwhelming on paper, but ultimately they are just basic MMO mechanics we've been used to, so try not to overthink it all. Basically, all you need to know is that...
You're right. They are just basic MMO mechanics that we've all been used to. The difference is most MMOs will use one, maybe two of those basic systems. It sounds like Ashes of Creation has gone for all of it. We want all the systems from all the MMOs in our game.
Mayoral commissions are initiated by your node's mayor and change depending on the node type, location, and building choices. With that said, let's try to visualize what these actually are and how they exist within the world of Verra, and actually, there is a very simple way to do this. New World. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to jump scare you there, but New World actually has a very primitive version of this system with their quest boards. I suspect their quest board system was directly inspired from Ashes of Creation's bulletin boards, and by association seem like they originate from EverQuest's city task quests. Over the last few months, we've actually seen what I believe is the bulletin board for a node. When you approach this bulletin board, it acts as the game's group finder and social hub for citizens, giving information like the local marketplace for player trading, a simple group finder in itself, and of course, a tab for viewing these commissions. Using New World's UI, I suspect both mayoral commissions and normal commissions will be represented like this for ease of viewing. However, as I mentioned earlier, it is confirmed that this month's livestream will not be focused around mayoral commissions, and will instead just feature the normal systems-driven ones. So then, what the hell are normal commissions? Well, it's probably the exact system that exists in New World, just very basic, time-based quests that require you to go out and complete basic activities, and that leads us nicely onto... Why? Why are they showing us such a simple, uninteresting topic so close to the Alpha 2's launch? Does this livestream have a much more important underlining impact on the general game's progress? Will we see more than just a Kalar node in the Riverlands? Or perhaps Intrepid genuinely believe that people want to see them collecting 10 Borasses. Personally, I'm really not sure what Intrepid have in store for us this month. The system does seem fairly lackluster, so I'm expecting another event live stream reaction. What you gotta remember is that Intrepid are a new team who have come together to build one of the most ambitious MMORPGs in existence. So the completion of a core system like this is probably a huge achievement for them. It just comes across to us as viewers patiently waiting for this game as something not very special because we've already seen systems like this in other games. I think the only real thing that could pull this live stream...
To be fair, I don't necessarily think that's what they would think, because these guys would obviously be playing other MMOs. So I think they would know. Wait, but this is stuff that is in all other MMOs. We don't need to do a full live stream just about this stuff. Stack like 300 different systems into an MMO and you chase people away to go play Second Life. Epic Voodoo, we don't know if it's entirely optional, because we know that they do give a currency and that currency is going to be required for certain things. And it all depends, right? If that currency is just cosmetic, yeah, then it's optional. The second that currency is player power, tied to player power, then it's no longer optional. Now you have to do those things.
From being fairly mid is 1, the inclusion and demonstration of different node types, showing how completing these quests upgrades a node from one stage to another, but most importantly, showing how the races influence the node as they progress, because these are all core systems that are still missing in the overall equation. In addition, I would also bring up the desert or tropics, but at this point, I think everyone has given up hope that the desert and tropics even exist. requests, which again is very strange considering how close Alpha 2's launch actually is. But as usual, I am just one nerd, desperate for a good MMO. And hey, you there! Are you sick of talking about a game that quite literally doesn't exist? Do you want to chill out and watch a balding middle-aged man struggle through a game that you literally don't care about? Well, have I got a bargain for you. For the small price of 6 hours of your life every evening, and of course your Twitch Prime that costs you absolutely nothing, you can come watch us play Nightingale over at twitch.tv/Nargaverse as we wait for Intrepid to disappoint us with a bunch of kill and collect quests, because we're high on copium.
Yeah, well, that's true. At this point, anyone that is super hyped on Ashes of Creation is sort of, you know, sucking a little bit on the copium. You kind of have to, because it has been my experience in video games. When I can look at a new video game and see all of the ways in which it can fail, more often than not, it fails in most of those ways. And that is the issue. That's the thing that I'm at least afraid of. And don't get me wrong, I want Ashes of Creation to be good. I would love to play this game. It looks phenomenal. If even half the stuff that they say is going to work actually works, that would be really cool. I'm just not convinced that that will actually happen. You know, that's my fear. I just can't get hyped for MMOs anymore. Fallen TV, how you doing, bro? Being hyped to see a science experiment play out. They know they're making it for a niche audience. Frozen Solid, that's fine, right? But the problem is that even a niche audience needs to consist of at least some people. If the MMO has no players after the first 3 months because the game is just super complicated and there's less than 100,000 people playing it, you start running into that thing of, well, is this even worth making anymore? Even if they're a godsend game that saves the world, I'm not 15 anymore. I don't have 10 hours a day to invest in an MMO, and every MMO by design wants to suck as much of your time as possible playing it. Yeah, but Z Vengeance, keep in mind that it could be good. And you do have time to spend playing video games if the game is actually good. Like, let's be honest. If the game is good, you will absolutely spend 10 hours a day playing it. The issue is more that you don't have 10 hours to play a mediocre game. But gamers are gamers because we will fucking make time if the game is actually good. Fallen TV, yep. I'm very, very, very happy with this desk. Very happy with this desk. The fact that I can stand when I'm tired of sitting, oh man, it does wonders. But Z Vengeance, if it's really good, won't you just play on weekends? I mean, you can literally play weekends, right? Like, I get it. I get it. MMOs is a difficult thing nowadays. Pull the trigger. How you doing, bro? Dude, it's Pepsi Max. And I said before, I won't give the shit up. Yeah, you can, but if it's really good, their content cadence won't be one patch every 6 months, like certain other titles. Well, you're guessing that at the moment, right? You have no evidence of that. At least not for the time being. Fallen, I guess so. Because that has no sugar in it. So, yeah, I think you guys in the rest of the... Like, you guys in the US probably just call it Pepsi Zero Sugar then. But yeah, Pepsi Max is zero sugar. I like having something to drink that isn't fucking water, because water sucks. Like, I get that some people like water. I don't like it. It has no taste. It tastes of nothing. I don't want that. There are times where I'll have a glass of water when I'm really thirsty, but for the most part, I'd rather just have something like that has an actual cool taste to it. They're gonna have to spend the first year fixing shit that gets broken. Then they can think about new content. Even with WoW's content routes, it's pretty hard to keep up by only playing on weekends. Again, Z Vengeance, it is going to depend on how required it is to play all the time. But I do get you. I think MMOs are playing themselves out, mainly because the overwhelming majority of MMOs are failing to adhere to a younger audience. The younger audience, for some reason, just isn't really navigating towards MMOs anymore. And like I have obviously I have reasons why I think that is happening, but then the older audience is literally reaching a point where, you know, they're entering the middle of their lives, they're working a lot more, they have families, it becomes harder and harder to actually keep people's attention or even to give your attention for as long as what the average MMO requires it. Meanwhile, WoW is killing itself. You can literally finish patch content outside of the new raid in a day. You should really read up on aspartame and those things in the diet sodas. It makes your body think. It has severely low levels of glucose. Makes it absorb more than every source. Someone I have watched an ungodly amount of medical channels, medical podcasts about aspartame. Every single study about aspartame buries the lead. Because the study will come out and say, oh, fuck, we found aspartame actually causes cancer. And then when you literally read the first paragraph of the study, they injected the mice with the equivalent of 10,000 cans of diet soda. Like the equivalent of that aspartame every single day. And then said, well, see, it caused cancer. Most, if not actually all of the medical sources that I've seen found the exact same thing. It's inconclusive. They have no idea if aspartame is actually good or bad for you. They don't know, because in order to see anything, they have to usually inject the mice with far more aspartame that is present in a normal source that you would drink on a daily basis. What do you think our cell phones are doing to our brains? They're cooking it. Not my cell phone. I never speak on the fucking thing. Cycles cancer, literally. Check out Dr. Rhonda Patrick's research. Are you talking about her actual physical papers? And then has her papers been peer reviewed? What did the peers find? Were they falsified? Is her research falsifiable? Because one random person being able to do studies suggesting they have found some link means nothing unless it can actually be falsified and unless it's been looked at by plenty of other people. I'm not suggesting that aspartame is bad for you or good for you, by the way. It may actually be very bad for you, but so too is a fuck ton of other things. If you did only things that were good for you every single day, you'd basically be doing very little. I just, do what you do. You can't have too much of anything. Yeah, I think if you, I will usually have, in terms of soda, I have maybe half a bottle of that. And not even every day. Some days I don't drink it at all. I'm just not in the mood. All true. I just think it's important to be mindful of the bad things we do to ourselves. Well, true, but also, dude, What a name. I'm jealous, Akalon. Soda outside of the US is 100% better because it doesn't have high fructose syrup in it. Oh yeah, we don't do that at all. Ours is sugarcane, which apparently tastes better than high fructose syrup. I don't know. I've never had soda with high fructose syrup in it. All of the sodas we have is sugarcane sugar. At least I think so. You know, it's bad and you're not fooling yourself. It does, and it's way better for your body. I wouldn't say that it's probably better than high fructose syrup. That's true. But refined sugar is still super fucking bad for you, right? It's sort of like this blew my mind the other day. Most people here, most of you would agree that fruit is actually pretty good for you, right? Having fruit is good. You get all sorts of nutrients and all sorts of vitamins. So fruits is good for you. Did you know that if you took 10 apples and you put it inside a smoothie maker and you literally just blended it up, all 10 apples, and you drank that and you ate 10 apples, your body's response is completely different. Like 10 apples in smoothie form spikes your insulin fucking crazy high versus actually eating 10 apples. It's the exact same fucking thing, right? It's the exact same ingredient. Nothing's added, nothing's extra. The fact that you've changed the format of the apple makes it worse for you. Any fruits. It's not just apples. It's literally any fruit. If you turn it into a smoothie, it's actually really bad for you. And I don't know if it's necessarily to do with the fiber, because you have smoothies that still include all of the fibrous things. Like it's still, you know, full of the either the skin, or the skin is only somewhat cut up, so it's still in there. My sort of monkey brain idea about this is your body absorbs liquids far easier than what it absorbs solids, right? Because a solid first has to be broken down by a bunch of things before it can be absorbed. When you have the fruit in smoothie form, it's already been sort of broken down. So your body it's much easier for it now to extract all of the sugars and shit that it wants because it's already in liquid form. So it's an easier way of doing it. That's sort of my fucking monkey brain idea of why I think that is. Yeah, the blender is actually like digesting it for you. So your body doesn't have to do the work of actually doing it. And a big part of the energy expenditure of a day is actually digesting the food that you're eating, right? Then veggies and fruits applies enough heat to them to cook them. That is why cold press is healthier. No heat is applied. Yeah, but the amount of apples you have to consume in order to get enough of the cyanide to kill you outright is obviously like a ridiculous amount of apples, right? But now there is an argument to be made. If you did that every single day, say for 2 years, while yes, at any given point you're not getting enough cyanide from the seeds in order to get cyanide poisoning, but the buildup of that poison can start to create some problems over time, right? And it may not even present itself as cyanide poisoning. It may present itself as some other problem in your body as a result of cyanide buildup. Next guy, how you doing? Z Vengeance, take care of yourself, man. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you. So yeah, I'm just sort of 40 apple cores worth and you're having problems? I don't need apples though. I personally think apples is like one of the worst fruits out there. it is so fucking low in most nutrients that it really is just sugar. You're not really getting anything else out of it. Like, if you are gonna have fruit, do figs and fucking dates and shit of that nature, because they actually have a lot of nutrients and vitamins and shit in them. With some caramel dip. Well, there we go. Fuck yeah. Let's take something that's mildly healthy and turn it into a complete unhealthy fucking snack. I love apples in caramel sauce. Cinnamon is also kind of toxic. Wow, why? I consider it a vegetable because it is a fruit, because it is a fruit. But when you consume tomatoes, you would consume tomatoes like more in the category of a vegetable than what you would consume it as a fruit. So yeah. Cinnamon is bark? The real cinnamon or the bullshit they label as cinnamon? I have no fucking idea. I only just found out about that. It's something I heard. If you have enough, it can kill the bowel bacteria. To be fair, though, a lot of things kill bowel bacteria, so it's possible, probably. It would be interesting because it wouldn't outright necessarily kill the bowel bacteria. It would just replace the bacteria that's already there with a new type of bacteria. Because ultimately, there would just be a different type of bacteria that's going to eat the cinnamon, right? Now, it could be that that bacteria is foreign and shouldn't actually be there or could cause problems. Too much of most things is bad. That's why they say... I wonder how much... See, because one of the things that I think could be, like, somewhat problematic, at least, and that's something that medicine can't really equate for, because the studies itself would be near impossible to operate. So, for example, there's plenty of fruits and vegetables out there that have mild traces of something, right? So, to give you a good example, Brazil nuts, right? Brazil nuts have mild trace amounts of radiation. Now, it's so little that you would need, I don't know how many thousands of Brazil nuts just to actually get radiation poisoning. But what happens with the buildup over time? Like, I don't think you could do a study. I don't think there's enough money in the world to actually study that. But what about all of these fruits that we consider to be safe? All of the foods, actually, that we consider to be safe, because whatever it contains is so low that it doesn't actually affect us, or at least not outright affects us. But then if you were to have it every single day, that low, slow buildup of it over time creates a bunch of other problems. And then when the problems occur, we don't actually link those problems to the foods that we eat. Does that make sense? Because it's not like, for example, if a child has a peanut allergy and they have a peanut, you can see the effects immediately of the child having a peanut allergy because they're having an immediate effect after consuming a peanut. So it's sort of like easy to trace. But say, for example, the child has a peanut allergy, but it's not an acute peanut allergy. And over the course of 5 months of eating peanuts, say once or twice a week, the child presents with some weird fucking because allergy is just inflammation that goes completely overboard, right? So the child presents with weird fucking spots on their arm, right? As a result of the buildup of inflammation within the body. Would you even necessarily say that that's linked to it, or would you start looking for other things? I'm using a simple example here because in this example, you could actually test for peanut allergy and see if it is actually causing something. But you guys understand what I mean, right? Like, how do you even know? maybe all of the foods that we think is super healthy for us is actually killing us. Antioxidants actually get good praise for their beneficial effects, helping to prevent disease, but these powerful compounds may also have a dark side. I've heard about this as well. Except coffee, is it good this decade or bad? Now eggs are good for you again? Damn scientists. The problem, Grimoire, with medical science is that all medical science is done as correlational studies, right? So it's a correlation study. For example, the dude that is responsible for the American diet, his study was basically looking at people in the Mediterranean and how they were eating versus businessmen in Boston and how they were eating. And his conclusion was that red meat causes heart disease. Because the people, the businessmen in Boston eat a lot of steak, whereas the Mediterranean people eat a lot of bread. And so he said you should eat more bread and less steak. Of course, what he didn't include is the businessmen in Boston were also drinking a fuck ton and smoking a lot. Right? And that may actually have been the cause of heart disease, but for his study, he only looked at the foods that they ate and excluded the smoking and the drinking. And now, years later, you still have people believing beyond everything that red meat causes heart disease, even though there's literally zero evidence that it actually does. In fact, we now know that most people are saying, well, actually, saturated fat is good for you. I think it's the saturated one, right? Whichever one, yeah. Trans fats is the ones you want to stay away from. Saturated is the animal fats, and that's actually not bad. It's like margarine. Like for a while, margarine was considered to be the goat. You shouldn't have butter. That's really bad for you. Margarine is where it's at. And then eventually they realized, well, actually, no, margarine is very bad for you. Just go back to the butter. It's actually not that bad for you. Usually they adjust for these extra factors, but yeah, it depends on the study, if they did or not. The problem with all of these studies, Lace, is they can't adjust for all of the factors. It is, and that's why food science, to me, is absolute bullshit. Because the amount of factors that will play a role in the human body literally differs, first and foremost, almost from body to body, from region to region, from even the type of something that you're eating is going to have an impact, right? Like, are all meats created equal? So, for example, all beef. Can we say that all beef is exactly the same? Because the cows in different regions of the world will consume different types of grass. The different types of grass will have a different effect on the meat and the fat that is consumed because there's different toxins or different stuff in the grass that you have to try and fucking figure out, right? So at the end of the day, my advice for myself, it's only mine, it's how I live. If what I eat makes me feel good, then it's probably okay. If what I eat makes me feel bad, then it's probably not okay. And yeah, just stick with that. Because fundamentally, I don't know. I genuinely don't know if you can just make a blanket statement and be like, yep, this is going to work for everyone, no matter what. So I don't trust McDonald's. Why is that, Nixka? Gravel, what kind of meat did you get? Good life, Akalon? Well, I've said this before, right? Your body is probably going to know better than anyone what it wants and what it doesn't want. right? If you're having a thing that everyone says is super healthy and super good, but every single time you have it, you don't feel that good. You feel a little bit bloated. You feel tired. You don't feel great. There's a good chance that even though this thing may be good for a lot of people, for some reason, for your body right now, this thing isn't fun. Your body doesn't like this thing. I'll give you guys a great example of this. Michaela Peterson. Now, regardless of what you think of her father, I don't really give a fuck. Michaela Peterson suffered from childhood depression and childhood arthritis. At the age of 11 or something, she had to have her one hip replaced, and then at the age of 17, her other hip was replaced. Ultimately, she figured out through a massive amount of exclusionary diets that carnivore is the only thing that actually fixes both of those problems. She has no depression when she's on the carnivore diet, and she has no arthritis when she's on the carnivore diet. But here's the kicker. When she has grass-fed, grass-finished beef, it all returns. Like, she has an outbreak. Most people will tell you grass-finished, grass-fed, grass-finished beef is the most healthy beef that you can have. But when she eats grass-fed beef, her symptoms return. So for some reason, the grass that the cows eat in her region, wherever the fuck she lives, put something like that grass infuses something into the meat that makes her ill. And now you could say, well, what the fuck? Well, that's exactly it. Everybody will know what the fuck it can and cannot do. Same, and that's true. That's very true. It's giving the human body a separate sentience. For example, MSG, you sprinkle it in food and it will kill your ability to feel full, but it also adds flavor. Yeah, but Epic Thulu, you're literally talking about a thing that's been hyper-processed to do a very specific thing. Hyper-processed food have been shown over and over again to be really bad for us. We should not be consuming ultra-processed foods. Back to coal mines. W stream title. Mames, how you doing, bro? Grass, then yep, that'll do it. Or the pesticides they use to keep the grass healthy. I mean, it could be... My point with this story wasn't that you should suddenly switch to carnivore, right? My point was... something can be viewed by millions of people as a super healthy thing. If you consume that thing and you aren't feeling good after consuming that thing is probably not good for you. And then it doesn't fucking matter if the medical science tells you, well, you must eat this because it's healthy for you. I don't give a fuck. I don't feel good when I eat this shit. It doesn't make me feel good. It makes me feel bloated. It makes my stool hard or whatever, right? Whatever it does, it's clearly not working for you. I mean, you need to change it. Someone, yeah, I thought it was prudent. I thought it was prudent. You know, it is the new thing. Apparently, streaming is the hardest thing in the world. And so I wanted to make sure that you guys understood that streaming is the hardest thing in the world.
I have arrived.
The food chain, as you're describing what you feel good eating. True. Berries, how you doing? Getting wild books, exploring Azeroth. I don't have a lot of hope for the new WoW books because they all seem to suffer from either a collective fucking amnesia that's running through Blizzard's offices, because for some reason every single one of the WoW books keeps changing the fucking lore. Like, they just keep getting the lore wrong, or they forget that they changed their own lore. Mia Noble was talking about this the other day on his stream. I didn't read the newest Azeroth book, and then Noble mentioned this. So for a while, there was a bit of lore that said that dragons literally cannot procreate, right? There can't ever be new dragons. That's why the age of dragons is now over. You guys remember after Cataclysm, they said the age of dragons is over. It's now the age of mortals. And the reason was given that dragons cannot procreate. They very quickly almost retconned that because I think it was some developer that was speaking very much out of place. And they ultimately just went, no, that's bullshit. Dragons can obviously have children, right? Obviously, they can have children. And then in the fucking book, they go right back to saying dragons cannot procreate. In the newest WoW book, dragons can't procreate. And it's like, the fuck are you talking about? What are you Dragon Isles is full of eggs. What are you saying? Dragons cannot where the fuck are the eggs? Like, this book has just come out and it's getting the lore completely wrong. So I don't know where these new books are coming from. I don't know if the new books are like just literally written to make as much money as possible with no real quality control. But it feels like there's no quality control right now in the books. The books are just pumped out, and if the lore is wrong, the lore is wrong. Who gives a shit? People are paying us, right? This is great entertainment while I'm over here earning my thousands of dollars today. Mames, I'm so glad that you're also one of the thousands of people out there that's earning $1,000 a day or thousands of dollars a day. You know, these poor fuckers that don't earn $1,000 a day, it's disgusting, you know? I don't know. Like, I think I want to give Asmongold the benefit of the doubt and say that he probably didn't think what he was saying, because it happens when you're streaming. You say something, and in your mind, you have an idea of what it is you're saying, but what you're saying doesn't actually come across what is in your mind. So I want to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that I don't think he actually meant to say that a lot of people make $1,000 a day, because that's obvious bullshit, right? Anyone with half a brain realizes most people do not make $365,000 a year. That's obvious bullshit. I think they did a study on this where it wasn't a study, sorry. It was one of those videos where they were asking girls, you know, what's your perfect man? And the one girl said she wants a guy that's over 6'1", and she wants a guy that makes at least $250,000 a year. And the breakdown was basically that about 10% of the population in the US earns $250,000 a year. 10%. So 365,000, that's not fucking 10%, right? That's maybe like 2% of the US population that's earning $365,000 a year. I need to make a Twitch channel. Don't, Saven. Don't make a Twitch channel. Like, you guys don't even know. Like, you don't even know. Being a streamer is like the most difficult job on the planet, right? Like, it is really, like, dude, coal miners have nothing on streaming. Like, oh, boo-hoo, you're in the coal mines, you know, sniffing in all the fucking dust and dying of coal lung and shit. But I am here, right? I have to stand here for hours and watch videos and talk to you guys with lights and a mic and everything. It's rough. It's rough out here. You don't want to do what I do. Trust me. You don't want to do what I do. You'd be better off being a coal miner. Mother is, because they can do it in pajamas. Oh, you have some coal dust on your cheek. Not much, and that's true. And then every once in a while, you have like a fucking stupid chatter saying stupid fucking shit, and you have to ban them. Do you have any idea how hard it is after hours of streaming to move your mouse over the person's name and click ban? Some days I just want to retire. Cormission, the funny thing is, if you're really popular, you have mods. Like, shit tons of mods. You don't even ban them. The mods ban them on your behalf. Like, even the small amount of work that you have to do in order to ensure that you don't have to see stupid takes, your mods make sure that you don't even have to see the stupid takes. And if there's still stupid people that come through, you can absolutely tell your mods. Like, we've done that in the past. If there's like a specific toxic topic that we're going to be covering on stream, I will inform the mods. Guys, listen here, when the following things come up, ban instantly. And then the mods do it, right? If something happens that shouldn't happen, I'll give you guys a great example of where we did this. A few years ago, I was interviewing the author of Shadows Rising, Madeleine Roux. Now, for those of you that don't remember, there was this massive controversy around Madeleine Roux because she said a bunch of things about white people, and specifically white men, that she didn't like. And some of her takes came out before the interview, but the vast majority of her takes came out long after the interview. But because we knew that there was a sexual component or a sexist component to this interview, the mods were like 100% aware that anyone that's going to say any sexist bullshit in chat is just instantly going to get timed out. So you don't have to deal with that, right? Your mods are taking care of it. Why did my message get auto-modded? Twitch does auto-modding quite a lot. I wonder if Aspen will respond to you. I don't know if he will. I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. It's someone reacting to his react. Kind of. So I don't know if that makes for good stream content, but if he does, you know, no problem. But I would argue, if you had a take where a lot of people didn't agree with you, the best thing you can do is just move on. When you had a take that was a bit, like, weird, the best thing you can do is just move on. Just go, yeah, fuck it, it's fine. I said what I said. Thumbs on what tweets? Gravel, yeah, you do push the mods. Asmongold doesn't even agree with himself. How so, Andres? You mentioned Madeleine's tweet. I'm sorry for butchering her name. Oh, no, but Madeleine's tweets came out long after. Do you remember these were tweets that she made years before? And when I got her to do an interview, I wasn't going to go through her fucking Twitter history and find all of the different ways in which she said some kind of random bullshit that I didn't agree with. For the most part, I don't give a shit. What I found really interesting was that Madeleine Roux, when she was talking to me, a white fucking guy from South Africa, she was incredibly cordial, incredibly friendly, incredibly nice. She enjoyed her time on the stream. She was answering chat's questions. She was very nice. And I found that a little bit hypocritical. On Twitter, she's all about how evil white men is. But then when a white man is talking to her about her book, she didn't seem to care. Very good job to do streaming because it was easier. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's true. The Son of Melanie Mac videos were both the highest disliked videos in the history of his channels. Why the Melanie Mac one? What did he say? Like, we stopped watching the Melanie Mac one because it was boring as fuck. Like, look, the funny or the weird part of friendships is that friendships can really pull you into a direction without you necessarily even realizing that you are being pulled in that direction. So, for example, you could be a centrist, and then you make friends with a bunch of, say, right-wingers. And slowly but surely, over time, your friends will pull you more and more to the right with their views. And it will happen. There's no such thing. There's this old sort of concept. In Afrikaans, we have a saying for it, but basically it's like you never pull people up to your position. You always get pulled down to someone else's position. There's no making someone better. You will almost always be made worse by someone. Now, I would argue that that's probably what's going to happen as his friend group gets more and more political, especially with the introduction of Hassan. Hassan is super political. He's probably just going to move more and more to the left. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Hopefully he's based enough that he realizes that his views are getting more and more left-wing. And I would believe that most of Asmongold's chat is probably more to the center. Like, I would say center-left. I don't think Asmongold has like a massive right-wing following. But he probably has like a pretty decent-sized center-left following. Now, if he moves too far to the left, he is going to lose a lot of those viewers because a lot of those people don't want to be pulled to that too far to that side. But that's just me guessing, right? I don't actually know, because outside of the video about Hassan, it's very rare that Asmongold will say stuff that I don't agree with. If I'm like very honest with you, it's very rare. Usually when I listen to Asmongold's videos, I find myself mostly agreeing with him. Or even if I disagree, it's like small, minor things that I disagree with. Hassan's video was the first time that I could actually say, I don't know what the fuck you were saying. Like, this wasn't it. Used to say his old saying, choose your friends wisely because you become what they are. That's very true. Very true. What do you mean Hassan lost half of his viewers? When? Not over this. He used to have 40 plus. Oh, yeah, but. So here's the thing with streaming that people need to realize, right? Streaming really isn't a steady game, right? It just simply isn't. So, for example, if tomorrow Blizzard releases a brand new cinematic for World of Warcraft, along with a shit ton of news, this stream will have over 100, almost 200 viewers. Why? Because there's a shit ton of people that don't actively watch the stream, but when there's new things happening in World of Warcraft, they want to get in on the action. They want to hear what I think. They want to hear what I have to say about it. So they'll be here. Then afterwards, it will go down to whatever the fuck it is, right? I don't know how many viewers I have, but it will go down to how many viewers I have now. And slowly over time, the thing that you usually do with streaming is every single time you get a bump, you hope that the bump is like leaves you with more viewers when it goes down than what you had before, and slowly over time you grow. But as you've seen with pretty much all of the major league streamers, XQC at one point had over 100,000 people watching his streams. That was never going to be consistent. It can't be consistent. 100,000 people aren't going to tune in every single night to watch you. The same is true for Shroud. There was a time where Shroud had 60, 70,000 people watching him. The last time I saw him live, he had like 20, 22,000 viewers. That's what you consider your core audience. And then that audience can sometimes grow. But when it comes to political streamers, I always thought 40,000 is just too much. There's not going to be 40,000 people that's consistently going to tune in day after day watching you have takes on the internet, even if your takes were super based. That just won't happen. Elodia, I imagine he's eventually going to end up pretty much where all of the political streamers are. Take Destiny, for example. There was a time where Destiny was one of the biggest streamers in the world. And then he went political. the problem with politics, let's be honest. How many of you can handle political conversations for longer than a few hours? Like, even if it's an interesting political conversation, like, how long before you're just a little bit bored and now you just want to do something else? That's the problem with political streamers. People just, you can't take it for that long. You'll do it for a while and then you get bored and then you leave. So either you have a massive turnaround and you just have new people coming in the whole time, or eventually when you've already got all of the people that will watch political streams in your stream, you end up having X amount of viewers, and every once in a while it may go a little bit higher. I like talking about politics, but not every day for 9 hours. Yeah, I think we have a pretty healthy balance on this channel with politics and video games and just talking about a bunch of different things. So whenever you come into the channel, there's no way of knowing what exactly we're going to be talking about, because we can talk about so many different things because we're not tied into just one specific type of content. And that shit 10, 15 years ago, but can't bring myself to care anymore. Frozen Solid, I feel you, man. Don't worry. I feel you. That makes sense to me. Love discussing politics, especially if I'm debating against someone, but I like verbal fencing. Epic Thulu, but you won't be able to do it every single day, and that's the point. Not every single day. You'll watch for a while, but then eventually you will get bored, and you will want to see something different. That's where I think sort of the streamers with the most longevity are the ones that's willing to play video games. Yeah, like your variety streamers. It's the hardest form of streaming to grow. It's very difficult to grow as a variety streamer. But once you have that audience, because the audience doesn't know, like, because you're constantly playing new games, the audience just enjoys coming to hang out with you while you're playing the new games. Whereas I think just chatting streamers, there's a constant ticking clock on your stream and on the longevity of your stream, because eventually your chat will just be talked out, right? And nothing you say will matter anymore, or will be as entertaining anymore. I think the same is true for political guys. I think the same is true for one game Andes. At some point, your chat just sort of gets tired, and then they want someone new. Have you tried Helldivers 2 yet, by the way, Echo? I have not, Fowland, but I have thought about it. I may actually give it a go at some point. Then I want, like, for example, the energy price in EU and shit like that. Niara, I get that. Or verbal fencing. Yeah. Thorwald, you bastard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 22 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have not played Lost Epoch. It's not really my type of game. I'm not a huge fan of action RPGs. So it would be kind of that game where I play it and then I'm bored with it almost like within the hour. Shamanita, 16 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. PS5, you got one? I do not. I am not a peasant. That is a joke, by the way. But no, I don't own a console. I hate consoles. I find everything about consoles to be inferior to PC. Mostly the controller. I can't play games on controller. I have a console controller in my closet over there. And I've had it plugged in once. I played Elden Ring with it for 5 minutes, and then I went to keyboard and mouse because fuck that controller. I don't know where the buttons are. The joystick and everything feels weird. It just doesn't work for me. Mouse and keyboard is easy. I know where all the buttons are, and I know exactly how to aim, and I know exactly how to do everything with it. I think it's all the hand jobs you give out that boost your numbers. You have to, right? You have to give a bit of sucky if you want to grow. Numbizzle, how you doing, bro? So you don't want one then? Okay, Gregory, no. If I could get something right now, I would want a 4090 graphics card. If I'm gonna spend money on anything, it would be a 4090. But I don't really like even need that, so I would definitely not get myself a PlayStation. Let's make PC games use the same buttons for multiple different actions. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what games I would even play on the PlayStation. I can't even finish all the fucking games on PC. How would I have time for the games on PlayStation? And now PlayStation is going to bring most of their games to PC anyway, so who gives a shit, right? Just working my real job, and I just saw the Sunvid. Oh, non-bizzle, yeah, you're doing the real job. Yeah, that's the easy shit. If you really, really wanted to work, you would be a streamer. How does it feel, you know, coaxing through life with your easy, normal job? I'm restraining myself from upgrading my computer. I don't need to, but I want to. Savin, I feel that in my fucking soul. I am, as most of you know, I'm a functionalist, right? So I only own things in my life that absolutely serves a function. If I don't need the thing, I don't own the thing. I'm not a minimalist. There's an opposite. Like it's a different thing. Everything has a function, and if it doesn't have a function, I don't own it. Except for PC. When it comes to gadgets and PC, I want the shiny new things. Like, I see a new graphics card coming out, and I'm like, ooh, I want to. Let me get that. Like, what do you have? What's that over there? But you have that. Your PC is good enough. Yeah, but like, what do you have there? Hey, can I see that? Like, let's just put it in this one. Let's see how it goes. Like, I get nuts when I see new tech. So, oh, I need that. Let me just try it out. Jonsman, how you doing, bro? I love your sense of humor, bro. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Shining graphics card, where? Oh, and they're beautiful, but super fucking expensive. But that's a new fancy thing. I don't need it, but I want that. Yes, exactly. It's not about need. It's about want. And want is fucking strong, bro. Peripherals are my shameful fixation. I currently have 2 peripherals that I need to replace. I don't need to replace them, but I want to replace them. And at some point, I'm just going to have to pull the trigger and do it. I need to get a new... I want a new mouse, and I want a new keyboard. And the reason I want a new mouse and a keyboard is I want a wireless keyboard and a wireless mouse. And I want specifically SteelSeries because my headset is SteelSeries. And I hate the fact that I have the software for Corsair and SteelSeries on my computer when I could just be running the SteelSeries software. But I don't want to go for Corsair headsets because the Corsair headsets don't have the cool DAC system that the Steel. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It is absolute. You guys wouldn't get it because you have too easy. Like, you guys don't have the hard jobs. Like, this is only a streamer thing. Only fellow streamers would understand what I'm going through right now. This is my hell. I saw someone the other day. They were struggling with a thing, and the guy genuinely just nonchalantly said, "You guys continue. This is my fucking D-Day." He was struggling with trying to attach a mic to the table after the mic came off the table, and just very casually he said to the 2 people on the podcast, "You guys continue. This is my fucking D-Day right now." I feel like that's exactly how my life with keyboard and mouse is at the moment. Chat, we need I probably wouldn't accept a sponsorship from Starforge. Like, even if they offered it, I probably wouldn't accept it. You guys know my stance on sponsorships. I will only use a sponsorship if it is actually a product that I use myself. And since I've never ordered from Starforge, I wouldn't, like... I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It would also depend, probably. I've heard good things about Starforge. They seem like they really care about the quality of their product. So maybe in that regard, I would be okay with it, because I don't think that you guys would be buying shit. My biggest thing is just I don't like people who take sponsorships and then their audience ends up holding the bag for bad fucking products. I feel like as a streamer, you have to be responsible. If you're not using the product, how the fuck are you telling your audience to use the product? Because most of your audience will trust you, and it's not because they're sheeple. They know you, they hang out with you every single day. So if you tell them, hey guys, buy this fucking dildo, they're gonna be like, oh shit, I'm gonna buy this dildo and stick it up my asshole. Only to get the dildo and realize it's nowhere near stiff enough to go up your asshole because the streamer never used the dildo. So then why the fuck are you selling the dildo if you never tried it? So I feel like as a streamer, you have to be like, you can only really take sponsorships for things that you yourself partake in. Or on the, like, if it's really not something that you can partake in, you at least have to be certain that this is a good product. You're not giving your audience some bullshit that is just going to break on them. $40.90, that's just a couple of hours of salary. Haven't you heard? Dude, I mean, fuck me. Yeah. The problem with pre-builds is pretty much always the markup. Like, pre-builds are just super fucking expensive. And Starforge is particularly expensive from what I've seen. And I think the reason for it is they're not as well known yet. So they're not getting all of the discounts that a lot of the other companies would get. Jansman, I appreciate the fact that you say that, because yeah, fundamentally I don't think it should be a controversial take. Because fundamentally, I also think that in the end, it helps. So I would like to believe that if I ever did run a sponsorship on my channel, my audience would know that this is a good product because they know my stance on sponsorships. Right? And I think ultimately the problem with sponsorships right now and why it no longer works and it is a market that's going to crash, most viewers have figured out that sponsorships are complete bullshit. The people that's telling them about this new product or game has never played it, nor will they ever play it. I have one sponsor that I have on the channel, and you guys can see it here. It's called Into the AM. And the only reason I have this sponsor is because they didn't pay me anything. They literally just contact me and like, hey, we make shirts. Would you like a discount code for your fucking audience? And I was like, all right. And they were like, yeah, and we'll give you a kickback for every shirt we sell. I was like, oh, fuck it, you know. You get 10% off if you use my code. I get, I think, less than $1 for a shirt sold. So fuck it, you know. It's not going to make you rich, but hey, you get 10% off a shirt if that's something you care about. I buy pre-builds because I want the warranty. I've built enough comps. I can't do pre-builds. Part of the fun of having a PC is building it yourself, seeing it come together, and finicking around with it, and then going fucking cunt when nothing works. Or you turn it on and it doesn't turn on. You're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then you walk around screaming a little bit, angry at yourself, and then you come back after you've rested for a bit, and you go, right, fresh eyes, let's go. Okay, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Let's take this thing apart again. And then you take everything apart and you test all of the cables and you make sure everything is fitting exactly where it needs to be. And then you finally turn it on and it goes on. And like, oh, you naughty little minx. It's a great feeling. I don't like pre-builds, but I will say the cable management sometimes, like when I get to the cable management of a PC, that's when I start to think, Fuck, I wish someone could build this for me. I don't want to do the cable management. I hate cable management. My current PC, I didn't do any cable management. The back has enough space that I could just fucking shove all the cables in the back and just close the thing. And just be like, yep, that'll do. Can't see the cables. They're in the back. Who gives a shit? Yeah, I was looking at it. I was just like, I don't want to do this now. I'm tired. Because the PC wouldn't turn on for a while. And it turns out for some reason, the 24-pin plug, or the 24-pin, I guess, plug, is two things. It has one side, and then there's a little side that has to attach first and then be shoved in. But the 4-pin, it's a 20-pin and then a 4-pin. But the 4-pin wasn't all the way in, and so it wouldn't turn on. And I kept going over the fucking PC. I'm like, dude, what the fuck isn't connected? Everything is connected. I feel that cable. It's connected. Everything is in. How is this not working? And then I decide, you know what? Fuck it. Take the whole thing apart. Start from scratch. And as I have everything off, like everything is off. The cooler is off. The CPU has been removed. Everything has been removed. I try to pull out the 24-pin, and the 4 comes off. And I'm like, well, let's go again. So stuck that nicely in, and it's like, oh my shit. I love your stuff. I think you should allow some occasional sponsoring if it's companies that stay out of politics, provide a healthy, safe, useful product. Doomed, how you doing, bro? Just to help you out, I don't mind seeing that stuff, knowing it helps you live a more comfortable life so you can continue doing what you love. Streaming for us. Doomed, obviously sponsorships make more money, right? You can make a fuck ton of money off of sponsorships. But I can't bring myself to do that, and it has nothing to do with being a good person or being a principled individual or any bullshit like that. The last fucking thing I want to deal with is a viewer coming to me and being like, dude, you told me this product is fucking good. I bought it, and now I have X problem, or this has gone wrong, or that has gone wrong. Because fundamentally, even if that doesn't happen, I feel like I would be responsible. And so so this is exactly the same reason why I refuse to do charity streams. I get contacted every single year by at least 4 or 5 charities that ask me to do a charity stream. Why do I not do charity streams? Because in order for me to do a charity stream, I now have to do a bunch of things. I have to verify that this charity is actually going to be spending the money for the things that my audience is going to be donating the money. Like, if the charity claims that they're going to be helping to feed kids in Africa, are they actually doing that? Or is 80% of the money going to the people working for the company, and the kids get a Happy Meal once a year for the photo op? Because now I have to do the research, right? I have to physically go and check, what has this company done? Has there been anything? I don't want to do that. So I just say, no, it's cool. I give to charities that's local, because I can see the local charity doing their work. And I give out of my own pocket, because you guys pay me to stream, so I can do it. Plus, I live in South Africa, and I earn in dollars, so you guys don't have to sub much for me to be able to live. And I'm happy with that, right? I don't care about being rich. I've never given a fuck about that. As long as I can pay for my house, I'm perfectly happy. Broke a CPU in 2 because I bought the wrong one once. Oh, how the fuck did that happen? What happened there? We just made my sons and hubs comps in the last 2 years. They are thrilled. I sat there jamming all that shit in there, but for me, nope, no thank you. Oh shit. Yeah, okay, I can get that if you're the one having to build all of the PCs. But Neo Wanderer, for me, like, comfortable living for me is literally the ability to pay my rent and upgrade my PC maybe once every 4 years or so. Like, that's comfortable. Everything else I view as like an added extra expense that I don't really want to go through, right? Because it would be effort to go through it. Is Diablo 4 starting to feel the effect of Lost Epoch? I don't know. I mean, we don't know how many people played Diablo 4 to begin with, so I have no idea whether it is or isn't feeling the effects, but I can guarantee you if Lost Epoch is actually good, then Diablo 4 is definitely feeling the effects of that. What's the current numbers on Lost Epoch? Excuse me. How many people are playing Lost Epoch? 74,000. And how many people are playing Diablo 4? Where the fuck is Diablo 4? I don't even see it on the list. Did I miss it? The audio conversation about Wookiees. Dennis has an epiphany. Who the fuck is Dennis?
But my rational thinking and my desire for an open dialogue were a dead giveaway. It was all starting to make sense. See, this generation doesn't even understand half the shit that they're saying. They aren't more ethical than us. They just want to be perceived as such. And who could blame them? I mean, they've spent their entire adult lives only 280 characters away from being tweeted into oblivion. Either way, I took a new tack.
We need to use our privilege as much.
I've never watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Is it good? Like, I can't actually watch all of this. I will absolutely get fucking nuked by YouTube. It's great. Also, I played Lost Epoch last night for the first time. It is good, but a little clunky. Is it a D4 killer? No, because it's not D4. D4 to me is still a great game aesthetically. I love the art style. I think D4, the one good thing about D4 is its art style. I think in every other way, D4 is... I never thought that Lost Epoch was going to be the killer of D4. I always thought that if D4 is going to be killed, it's going to be Path of Exile 2. Considering Path of Exile 1 has basically been the king of ARPGs, Path of Exile 2 is just going to bury whatever the fuck D4 can throw at it. And part of that reason for me is, at least, I don't think the Blizzard developers actually know how to make a good ARPG, because I don't think most of them actually play ARPGs. What were we doing? Oh yeah, we were looking through the categories, right? For a second there, I didn't know what the fuck we were doing. Wait, how many wins are over by just being her echo? Wait, so okay, I need to ask: is Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Is it a woke show? Is it not a woke show? Are they making fun of both sides equally, or is it one of those shows that's only making fun of the conservatives and not really, like, what the fuck is the point? Frisky Hunter, how you doing? One hour outside Philly, It's Always Sunny is not woke in any way and not politically oriented. It's just fucking hilarious. Because I love shows that make fun of both sides. That shit's funny as fuck to me. Like, I can literally watch shows forever when it makes fun of both sides. My problem is when a show either only makes fun of the left or only makes fun of the right. It's like pot, kettle, black kind of thing, and I get annoyed because the things they're making fun of on the one side, they're doing as well. So then I just get super triggered. If that's the case, you'd love... Okay, then I'm gonna watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I'm trusting you guys. Watching your Lost Airbender anime video? Thank you for calling it an anime. Dude, where the fuck is Diablo 4? Don't tell me Diablo 4 has fewer viewers than Lost Ark. There's no shot, though, right? Diablo 4 is the best anime. That sitcom was funny as hell. Oh, that was very good. I watch comedy to get away from the constant focus on politics. I work within politics professionally as an attorney, and it's an escape from that shit for me. Doomed, you're not alone. Although, I wouldn't work. The only work I would be doing inside politics is slowly but surely dismantling the fucking system. That's the only time I would be working inside of it. I make fun of the characters, but the characters themselves are diverse in their views, and in that sense, all sides get made fun of. Then I would probably watch it. Here's no. Dude, it doesn't even have 1,000 viewers. Oh fuck, that's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. It's being beaten by the Division 2, bro. Fuck Division 2. Texas Chainsaw Massacre have more viewers. Wow. Man, Blizzard, what the fuck did you guys do? Like, how could you get it this wrong? Pringles, The Weeknd, sure, but if we are blaming The Weeknd, then why is Lost Epoch in the first row? I mean, it has 74k viewers, right? And D4 only just very recently had its new season. So it's not like D4, there's nothing new to do. It should still technically be in its, you know, in its heyday, I guess we could say. How is Helldivers only at 30k viewers, though? Is it starting to fall off, Helldivers, maybe? D4 devs are content with what they have now. I think Helldivers is more fun to play than watch. Server problems, maybe. Yeah, but server problems wouldn't affect watching, would it? How could Helldivers be more fun to play than watch? First-person shooters inherently is a shit ton of fun to watch. Because it's funny. You get to laugh at shit that people are doing. So I'm not entirely sure how... I mean, I guess it's possible. Anything's possible, right? Blame Paranoid Pixie. I see her live, and she has 160 viewers, so clearly people are enjoying her playing it. So problems would affect the streamers, so they couldn't stream the gameplay? Maybe. Maybe. Although, to be fair, there's only so long that people are gonna, like, it is very rare. And what's funny, if you look at it, the only games that seem to consistently populate the top 3 spots on Twitch is Grand Theft Auto, Valorant, and League of Legends. It's been how many fucking years now? How is League of Legends still one of the most watched categories on Twitch? Like, just consistently. They just keep pulling it off. But it's not good and responsive? Yes, but you would still... You would expect drop-off, because pretty much all games have a drop-off, right? It will just happen. Eventually, there will be a drop-off. It's just interesting that these games clearly don't have that. Grand Theft Auto don't have that drop-off. Valorant doesn't have that drop-off. League of Legends doesn't seem to have that drop-off. Even Dota 2 doesn't seem to have that drop-off. So what is it about all other games that just makes it so that they have that drop-off and these games don't? That's something that if I had more time, I would absolutely love to research and try to figure out what that is. Just help make a video game from the story writer perspective. Gaming needs your type of perspective on good story writing. Doomed, I want to make a video game really badly. That's definitely on the list of... That's the plan, is to eventually make my own game. Because I get sick and fucking tired of the games out there that's just wrong. I'm playing games and then the story is wrong and the fucking gameplay is wrong and everything's just wrong. I'm like, dude, I could make this better. I know I can't make this better, but I have better ideas than whatever the fuck these guys are doing. The coal mines, it's so hard. People can't stop playing it. Damien, that's also very true. Are you a qualified dev? No, but I could get qualified devs. I could get devs and be like, hey, let's make a game together. Then if you are a dev and you want to work on a video game, let me know. I already have an artist. That will do artwork and assets. Now I just need actual devs to be able to start the journey. Because, yeah, I get super annoyed at most fucking games. I'd love to help build villages and shit. I would need to learn everything, though. I have, like, my plan for gaming, or for getting into the gaming space, is to start slow, but to start everything that I do in the universe that... So the ultimate goal for me is to eventually make an RPG. I already have most of the lore for the RPG built out. Like, the individual stories would actually need to be written, obviously, but the world is already created. So the idea is to first make easier games in the genre to make enough money to eventually get enough people on board so that you can ultimately do the big RPG, like, giant game, right? But for that, if you want to do a good RPG, you need actual people that know what the fuck they're doing. We need a good RTS with solid story. RTS is on the cards specifically for the world building of the world, because I think if you use RTS correctly, it's a phenomenal tool for world building. But the first game that I want to make is survival, because I think survival is, of all the gaming genres, the easiest, because balance is a lot less of a problem. And the balance that you're usually dealing with in survival is mostly to do with fun rather than game-breaking shit. So, for example, how often should they eat? Should eating be a thing? Should drinking be a thing? Can you do things that's a little bit different? I think there's a lot of freedom in a survival game that you won't necessarily have in RTS, for example, because in an RTS, if it turns out that the infantrymen are just way too fucking powerful, what do? Right? You can nerf them, or should you actually buff the others? Is it maybe your map that's creating the problems and you don't even fucking know because you have no experience in it? So for that, I think you need more people that know what the fuck they're doing before you can really dive into other forms. And then RPGs is just, I think, the big one. GCS, then let's see. Just wanted to say, love the last video critique of Aspen. As someone who loves Aspen too and couldn't care less about his son, I'm actually fixing on those 50-year-old showers right now watching you. Damien, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, it's important to be honest, right? And it's important to, I think, call out. And I hope that should Asmongold ever watch the video, he will take the criticisms not as malicious, because they weren't meant as malicious. But I do think that it's very easy to get dragged into a specific point of view without even realizing that you were dragged there. It's very, like, the thing that's super important, and I think this is a thing that rich people oftentimes lose sight of very, very easily. When you don't deal with ordinary problems, it's very easy to invent a fantasy world of what ordinary people go through. Because, as I've explained in yesterday's video, and that what makes it so, take for example someone with a normal retail job, right? Their job is to be a cashier in a giant supermarket. What you see from that person whenever you go to the supermarket in order to buy your goods is most likely only a portion of their actual real job. The other things that they do, you do not see, because at the time that you see them, they're doing the one thing that you expect a cashier to do, which is to ring up your shit and charge you for it and say thank you. So then it's very easy for you to say, well, cashiers just ring up the shit and say thank you. But if you actually worked as a cashier, you would very quickly realize, well, actually cashiers do a lot of extra shit that isn't just tick, 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 thank you. But you need to be actually in that world in order to know that that is actually the thing that a cashier will do. So the same is true for rich people. When your entire world, all of your friends are quite rich, you are quite rich, everything you do with a lot of money, you will think about the world from your perspective. And even when you try to put yourself into the perspective of someone else, it will be through the lens of actually being quite rich. Right? So the problems that you think poor people deal with is most likely not the problems that poor people deal with. That's most likely not the reason poor people are poor or what poor people want. But you don't know that because you don't actually live that life. And it's super important to have people that can criticize you and show you when what you believe is wrong. If you can work retail, you're a sociopath or a great actor. It's usually great actor, or at least you're great at pretending. Like, retail isn't fun, but you have to smile. The point you made was the choice of doing it. I have property managers relying on me to get the shower fixed so the next people can move in. Oh, Damien, that's actually, you're spot on the money there. Like, you're spot on. That is I didn't even say it in yesterday's video, but I should have made a much bigger emphasis on that. There is a major difference in drainage rate between doing something that you love versus doing something that you have to do. And you want to know if that's the truth? See if you can work for as long as you can play video games. After 9 hours at the office, you're fucking spent, you're tired. 9 hours video gaming on a Saturday? Even if your job is also just working on the computer all day. 9 hours, you can go for another 9, no problem. Can't do that with work, because work isn't a fun thing, right? You're doing it because you must do this thing. So the drainage of your batteries is going to be far more accelerated than the guy that is just doing the thing because he chooses to. Do I have to be here streaming to you guys? Marcus, how you doing, bro? No, I don't have to be here. I could literally not have gone live today and nothing would have changed. I would have just gone live tomorrow and you guys would have been here tomorrow. I'm here because I chose to be here. Now, is it true that I get completely fucking drained after a stream? 100%. It's true. As with anyone, you know, this is basically just a super long meeting. Do meetings drain you? Of course they do. But I'm having this meeting because I want to have this meeting. The chances are that when you're sitting in your meeting, it's not because you want to fucking be in that meeting. It's because your boss told you you must be in that meeting. Yeah. So there's a giant fucking difference. I mean, there's no... I feel sometimes, Grandorius, 26 months, part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you, fam. Thank you. You're far too kind, sir. Sheriff, how you doing? Just watch your vid on YouTube reacting to Asmon's outrageous take. Man, W for you to call him out on his BS. Thank you very much, Sheriff. Really appreciate you. Very happy to have you here. I'm going to start saying this stream could have been an email now because of your meeting allegory. Well, to be fair, a lot of the times the stream could just have been an email. A long one, but it could have been. Right? Especially when I say, right, guys, today we're going to be playing video games, then we end up not playing fucking video games because we get dragged into some drama of some kind. Love you too, bro. Please put a pun in that and roll back the agenda of perceivable future of the company and other meeting words. I mean, the thing for me is, whenever streamers start complaining about how hard streaming is, it feels like streamers it feels to me as if, and this is going to be like, okay, I want to preface this by saying this is an incredibly hot take. I realize that, and I realize a lot of streamers may be very annoyed at me for saying this. But when I hear streamers trying to pretend like their jobs are so fucking difficult and it's just people don't understand, it feels to me like a bunch of people that feel guilty for the successes that they have achieved in their lives and now wish to justify those successes to some extent. That's what I take away from that. When someone tries to tell me that, oh, but, you know, streaming is so hard. And that's not saying that streaming isn't difficult. Of course it is. Look, at the end of the day, even though streaming is a lot of fun, it's still a job. There's still things that you have to deal with that you don't necessarily want to deal with. But as far as jobs go, it's a pretty good job, right? It's probably the best job you can do as far as jobs go. And it isn't comparable to any other real job. Yes, it takes a lot of strain, and yes, you exhaust yourself socially, but it still doesn't compare to an actual job. It isn't an actual job. And what streamers need to start realizing is none of your viewers are paying you because they think you're working in the fucking coal mines, right? That's not why your viewers are subscribing to you. That's not why your viewers are gifting subs. That's not why your viewers are donating to you. They're donating to you because you entertain them while they're doing their real fucking jobs. You are making their workday 5% better or 10% better by being there. That's why they're paying you. You don't have to feel guilty for the fact that you're making good money. Your viewers know you're making good money. They can see the amount of people that's subscribing to you. They're not stupid, right? If you're in the stream and every 5 minutes someone subscribes to the stream, you can put two and two together and go, wow, I think Akalon's making a lot of money, right? Or, you know, someone drops $100 and then another $50 and then $1,000. You can put two and two together. Your viewers aren't stupid. They know you're making good money. But they don't care because to many people, their streamer success is also their success because their streamer is the entertainment that they choose to go to. You don't need to pretend like your job is hard. You don't need to pretend like your job is this massive fucking stint in the coal mines. Your viewers know that that is bullshit. They don't care that you're not working in the coal mines. They don't expect you to have a normal job as well as be a streamer. They're more than happy for you to just be a streamer. But what gets people riled up and what gets people angry is when you, as the streamer, as the privileged fuck, sitting on your ass all day, watching videos, making jokes, and then turning off the stream and getting into your $100,000 shower, when you sit there and pretend like you even grasp the lives that they lead, that pisses them off. Because now you're breaking the fourth wall. You're stepping on their sacrifices. You're telling them, oh, but my life is just as hard as yours, or at least comparable to yours. And they know that that's not true. And that's why people had that reaction when Hassan said it. It's not because everyone just likes hating on Hassan. It's because all people that have normal, actual, real jobs, and this is probably why a lot of Hassan's chat defended him, because most of them don't have real, actual jobs. Most of them rely on the government to give them a fucking check at the end of the month, so they don't even know what a real job actually is. But the people that have real, actual jobs got annoyed at what he said, because suddenly you dare to pretend like you know what the fuck they're going through? You have no idea. And that's why people got annoyed at it. That's why people get annoyed. So take your bag, take the money, be grateful and happy because your viewers are more than happy to make you fucking rich. And then shut the fuck up. That's my TED Talk. Thank you for coming. He's unemployed as well. Someone, well, that's nice. A competition for whose job is harder to begin with. Eric, it's not a competition. The viewers don't even made it. Like, no viewers are making it a competition. I've never had a viewer come into my chat and be like, well, bro, you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about because your job is so easy. That's never happened in my entire life. The reason being, I'm not telling my viewers, hey guys, I know your struggles. Because I obviously fucking don't. I used to have real jobs. I don't want to go back to that. Ever. They fucking blow ass. I'll be honest about that. Yes, a real job fucking sucks. It's not fun having to wake up every single morning at 6 o'clock and getting ready and going out and breaking your fucking back. It's not fun to have clients yell and scream at you for all manner of bullshit that you can't even change. None of that shit is fun. I just think that no one cares as long as I'm not trying to compare myself to them. It's not that the viewers aren't the ones that's making it a competition. But for some reason, there's a bunch of wild fucking streamers right now that's trying to compare their lives to that of ordinary real people. Profession better than you, that's true. Something, but holy shit, a lot of streamers are basically kids who have never turned a wrench or worked a real job in their lives. Bunch of softies crying in comfort. Sometimes work can be extremely rewarding from a personal perspective, though. If you do a job that helps other people significantly, that gives you a different sense of purpose in life. That's the same. That's the thing that I take from my job that makes my job better. That's the thing that I love about what I do. Right? If we can call streaming a job, it's the thing that I love about it. Is the fact that I know that there are people that is currently watching the stream that is slaving away at their normal job. And by watching me, it helps them, it helps the day go faster a little bit. It makes their work day just a little bit more fun. That's the service that I'm providing. That's my service. That's what I do. And I like that. I like being able to provide that service. It doesn't mean that I am doing the same job as you, right? Gets us faster to the weekend? Exactly. You could be on OnlyFans, but they would rather watch you? True. Yeah, helps me for sure. I'm happy to hear that. That's in every field, not just plumbing, I reckon. But I know, what do you mean? I personally can talk about plumbing and I can talk about retail because I did those jobs, right? I can talk about milking cows as well, but I only did that for 3 months in the UK. So I'm not entirely sure if I'm qualified of speaking on the life of a cow milker. I will tell you, I fucking hated that job. That was a bullshit job. Waking up every single fucking day at 3 o'clock to milk cows before 6 o'clock. Blah. That was a shit job. With real micro e-slip, you need to be on WikiFeet. And so on is more down to earth than the actual one. 3 months is pretty long. But you know, well, it was a job that I got from an agency in the UK. And yeah, it was rough. It was rough. I did not enjoy it. My dad laughed his fucking ass off at me because he used to do the cow milking when he was a young boy on the farm. Like every morning he would have to go out and milk the cows. And my dad knows me. I'm not a farm boy. Like, I've never been. I'm a city kid. I grew up in the city. I don't do well on farms. And then my dad phones me and says, "What are you doing now?" I'm like, "I'm on a farm." And he's like, "What are you doing on the farm?" I'm like, I'm gonna be milking cows." And my dad literally started laughing. He's like, "You're not gonna last." He told me, "You're gonna be doing it for a month and then you're gonna quit." So I went for 3 months to prove him wrong, and then I quit. Because after 3 months, I was like, fuck this fucking job. This sucks dick. Every single day, cows? No, this is terrible. Now, as I'm older, I probably would actually do that job, not gonna lie. It's calm as shit. But it was actually, looking back at it, it was actually a very fun job. But at the time, I hated it. Although I could just be looking back at it with rose-colored glasses. And then when I finally do start doing it, I hate it again. Half asleep and having some cow piss on you? Dude, that had literally happened. Because in order to attach the machine, you have this metal, like there's this metal thing here, right? And then there's a gap like this much. And then you have to take the machine thingy, the sucky stuff. You take the sucky stuff and then you push it through the hole, the gap, and then you attach it to the udders, right? But then one of the cows moved too far forward, so I couldn't actually do it. So I had to stick my head through the little gap holey thingy in order to try and do it. And the next minute I feel this warm shit on my neck. And it's actually warm shit. The cow took a shit on my fucking neck. Now you have to finish your shift. It's like, it started at the beginning of the shift. I had to finish the entire shift, 2 hours, with shit running down my fucking shirt. Cow shit on my fucking, like, just... Dude, that sucked. I hate that fucking job. I hated that job. But the feeling of it was cool, because it's calm. You know, you're not dealing with clients or people screaming at you or anything like that. You're literally just milking cows. Gasper, it doesn't stink. Like, that's the good thing. It doesn't actually stink. Like, it smells like cow shit. But it's not the same as human shit. Like, I can tell you, if a human shat on me, I'd be throwing up. There would be no more working. I would be basically throwing up everywhere. Like, that place would not be sanitary. It's not like that. And it's also not runny, right? Obviously, it's more solid. But it's warm. Not a bullshit job, a cow shit job? True. Least smelly by far. Yeah, I would say. Well, actually, is cow shit better than horse shit though? I feel like horse shit is probably the best of all the shits. Like, if we were to rate shits, right? I'm not saying horse shit's the best shit or like by far like a great kind of thing to smell, but as far as shits go, I feel like horse shit's probably the best. To smell, water, horse shit is a little more dryish and also in little drops, not a huge cow pat. True, but it, yeah, definitely smells, I think, the best. Again, it's not the best smell in the world. It's not like roses, but if you're gonna be smelling shit, you may as well smell horse shit. Bullshit is best. True. Dude, that, I don't know why that line just reminded me of The Office. That scene in The Office where he goes, "What bear is best?" Wrong, brown bear. For some reason, when you said bullshit is best, I just immediately saw that scene of Dwight just being like, that makes no sense, not realizing that he's being impersonated. No, Xanorath, I did not try. Like, look, all right, guys. I like talking about sex as much as the next guy. But that does not mean that any single hole that may have some suction, I view as a potential place to put my penis. At no point that I look at the sucky things that goes on the cow's udders and think, I wonder what my penis would feel like if it was in this. There was no such thinking. I have also never had any sort of experience of looking at a vacuum cleaner and thinking, but could it work? I've never had that inclination. I've never been that horny. I don't know what exactly you do to reach that level of horniness, but that has to be something next level. Like, you're busy vacuum cleaning and you look at the vacuum cleaner and you think, huh, I wonder. I don't know. I don't know what you're doing, like how this happened. What were the events leading up to this moment that just made you think, yeah, I should really try this? There's always a first for everything. But there's some things that I don't feel like it really needs improvement. So, for example, for thousands of years, all of your ancestors just used their hands, and it was good enough for them. I don't know if improvements are required in that. Like, I feel like the technology that you were born with is more than sufficient for the experiences that you seek, without having to technologically advance the interaction anymore. Calm minds, you might get that horny. True. Dude, this is just wrong. Like, this is just wrong. Talking about vacuum cleaners and penises, and you send me this. Like, bro, come on. This is just like, what the fuck is going on? Meebu Spirit Balloon, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's a vacuum from Teletubbies. Oh, fucking Teletubbies. To this day, I do not... I just missed the Teletubbies era. I don't know why the fuck kids watch that. They freaked me out. I was completely against it before it gave me that look. Bro, like... If you're looking at this vacuum cleaner and you're having sexual arousal, it may be time to phone your psychiatrist. I'm not saying you're fucked in the head, but you're not fucking okay. Teletubby's son, baby, is mother now, by the way. What? Or Ross, I don't think I'm following that conversation. Like, what? There was a son, baby? Where? I can't watch this. I'll instantly get demonetized, but I know exactly the scene you just linked me. It's from Scary Movie, innit? Where he comes out with a clear erection and he's a fucking vacuum cleaner. Do not disturb Doofy. Yeah, I know the scene. I know the scene very well, but YouTube will not allow me to watch this. In the Teletubbies, the son was a laughing baby head. Oh. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Okay, yeah, I remember that. That was a bit creepy, though. Grab My Strong Hand? Wait, but Grab My Strong Hand wasn't Scary Movie 1, was it? That was Scary... Was it Scary Movie 3? Scary Movie 2. Yeah. What are you linking me now? Oh, yeah, the baby head. This is the most awkward fucking show ever, man. The day this started to become children's television, you knew the humanity was fucked. The day this became children's television. I remember growing up, we would have Tom and Jerry, the Flintstones, Ed, Ed and Eddie, Roadrunner, Donald Duck. That was the kind of shit we had, right? That was the level of like children's entertainment. And then Teletubbies came, and they had child head sons and weird alien creatures running around. That's how you know. That was the end of it. Bloodborne combined with Teletubbies? Dude, my favorite was Scooby-Dooby-Doo. But in Afrikaans, my favorite was actually Moomin. Jose, how you doing? I don't know if you guys know what that is. I would have to go check. But in Afrikaans, we had the show. In South Africa, we had the show. But I think it's an Asian show. I think it came from Asia, but it was massive here. It was, I don't know where it came from, but this show, I fucking loved this show, bro. Like, I loved this growing up. This was by far my favorite, cartoon. You've never seen this, bro. Do yourself a favor and just see if the episodes are on YouTube. On the clock. Hope you're doing well too. I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for asking. Very happy to have you here. We had it in Norway. It's from Finland. I love this show. And then Fred Flintstone, the Flintstones, was also really, really good. Scooby-Doo, Flintstones, Moomin, and I would say Ed, Ed and Eddie was probably my fourth favorite. Oh, Dexter's Laboratory. Dexter's Laboratory was also fucking goated, bro. Like, that show was actually the GOAT. And it had the scary monster. What was it called? Wait, what show had the scary monster? Coming outgrown from parents if they aired those old cartoons today? Wait, why? The Moomin Show was a Japanese-Dutch collab? Oh, the Grok. At least in Afrikaans, it was called the Grok. The Grok, which was like a scary monster that had... She showed up once, and she wanted this shell, this diamond-shaped seashell. And everything she would touch, she would turn to ice. Like, she would freeze it over. And she was called the Grok in Afrikaans. So I'm not sure what she was called in English. Hufsa was her name in Norway. Was creepy as fuck. Baba the Elephant was a thing too. I watched Biker Mice from Mars, but I was a little old by the time that aired. So it was no longer really made for me. At least by the time it aired in South Africa, it was no longer really my thing. No idea what Dragon Tales are. I remember another show that I used to watch every afternoon at 5 o'clock. It was called Goosebumps. That shit was also fire, man. Like being a young kid watching Goosebumps, thinking, oh shit, I'm such an adult. I'm watching scary shit. And now, if you were to watch Goosebumps, you would probably just yawn. Frisky Hunter, I'm convinced that children's television was peak when I was growing up. Because you basically had, in South Africa, we had DSTV, which was our satellite television. And you would have the normal television, like the normal stations that would have, like, in the afternoons, they would have some sitcoms. And then in the evening, early evening, late afternoon, they would have like one TV show. And then you had Cartoon Network. There was no Nickelodeon or any bullshit here. It was literally just Cartoon Network. If you wanted cartoons, you go to Cartoon Network. They have a reboot series of Goosebumps on Hulu. Is it still made for children, or is it actually a little bit more adult now? This is when I also grow up. See, I never watched this. How you doing, bro? I was poor when I grew up and only had 8 channels. Wait. Oh, yeah, but you guys... Wait, do you guys in the West... Like, did you guys in America have to pay for each channel individually? Because we didn't have that. You had one price for satellite TV, and it would be like 80 channels or some shit like that. Like, there was no individual channels that you could activate. It was just like whatever many channels was on satellite TV. That's what you had. Oh, and before that, we had SABC 1, 2, and 3. And then eventually ETV came out. And the only reason I remember ETV is every Friday at 12 o'clock at night, ETV would show the, let's say, teenager movies. Let's call them teenager movies. It's porn when you're not yet ready for porn, but it will do. Every Friday. Oh, yeah, and Mnet. That's also... I forgot about Mnet. You bought a bundle of channels, so you'd only want one channel, but you have to buy another 49 also. Fuck me. That remembers MTV before it moved away from music. I remember MTV. I remember having... My best friend was fucking obsessed with MTV. Like, every single time, because we had DSTV... They couldn't afford it. So he would come to my house and then he would watch MTV literally the whole afternoon. And I would usually be sitting there like, what the fuck, dude? Like, how are we just, what are you doing? It's like, oh no, bro. Like, this is the newest music. You have to listen to this. But like, dude, but this is boring as fuck. We'll kill MTV. Have a good one. Jose, thank you so much for hanging out, bro. Really appreciate you. Good luck at work. Thank you, sir. I've never been someone, I've never been really into music. That's usually where people lose me. Because most people don't understand this. The overwhelming majority of people love music. They love living their life to a fucking soundtrack. I can't. Like, outside of going to the gym and on stream, I never listen to music. I still play music now. World of Warcraft is playing in the background. I can't watch this either, but I don't know what this is. Fox Kids, Warner Brothers, Nickelodeon. We only had Cartoon Network. Music is background noise. But Grandorius, that's basically the best I want to do with it. I genuinely can't listen to music. Not in general. It distracts from whatever the fuck I'm busy doing. Because I will either end up listening to the music or I will do the thing that I actually wanted to do, but I can't do both. I can't. I have no multitasking skills whatsoever. My attention is 100% or 0. There is no in between. This is how bad I am, right? So I'm talking to the boys now because most of the boys will know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Have you ever watched a movie with your girlfriend and had your girlfriend ask you questions or want to talk to you while the movie is playing? The answer is obviously yes. Any guy that's ever dated a girl for any period of time has had that happen. Now, my exes would all expect to have the conversation just flow. We're watching a movie. She's asking a question. I'm answering the question. I can't do that. So the second she starts talking, I pause the movie. And I remember, I can't remember which one it was, but one of them like, why do you pause the movie? I'm like, because you're talking. And she's like, yeah, but you can keep the movie going. I'll still talk. I'm like, no, either you're quiet and we watch the movie or the movie is quiet and we listen to you. We're not doing both because I can't do both. If the movie is playing while you're talking, I'm either going to be listening to you or I'm going to watch the movie. I'm not doing both. I can't do it. It was rough watching movies with me because even when my phone rings, I get so annoyed. So you're watching a movie. This happened not too long ago. I was watching a movie with a friend and she's like this the whole movie through. She's like this. And she puts her phone down like this on her chest. And then she watches the movie. And then she picks up the phone and she texts. And then she puts down the movie. And eventually I turn to her and I'm like, you said you wanted to watch this movie. Are you not having fun with the movie? Because I've already watched the movie. I'm watching the movie because you said you wanted to see the movie. She's like, no, I'm loving the movie. I'm like, how? You're texting the whole fucking time through? It's like, oh, but my friend just, a friend had a baby and something was wrong with the baby. I don't think she told me what was wrong with the baby, but something happened. Like, it wasn't wrong with the baby. Something happened to the baby and her friend was telling her the shit with the baby. And I'm like, yeah, but you're watching a movie right now. Why not just wait until the movie's done and then you can talk? And she's like, but I can talk and watch the movie. I'm like, all right, what's happened in the movie so far? Dude, she only got like half the movie. Like, genuinely, she only got like half the movie. When I asked her, all right, so what happened in the plot thus far? Half. The other half may as well not have been there. Like, they could have cut the movie in fucking half and she would probably still have understood the movie somehow. Do it together if it's silence. I grew up where we had hushed convo during movies. I get pissed when it's supposed to be silence. Don't tell me to shut the fuck to shut up. Fuck off. Not my fault. You can't keep up. I have never, ever told any of my girlfriends to shut the fuck up. I am more than happy to pause the movie and listen to what she has to say. In fact, I prefer talking over watching movies. But do not ask me to have the movie going while you're trying to have a conversation with me, because I physically cannot do that. I'm either going to be listening to you or I'm going to be watching the movie, but I physically can't do both. So we either talk or we watch the movie. I cannot do both. To pay attention, which drove me even more crazy. So when I'm Garrett, I am convinced, and I think science actually agrees with me, that there is no such thing as multitasking. I think it's actually a scientific fact. I may be incorrect, but I think I read about this. No human being, not even girls, can actually split their attention. Your brain is actually wired to only pay attention to one thing at a time. Multitasking is a myth. So what ends up happening when you're multitasking is you're basically doing everything fucking half. You're not actually doing everything 100%, or doing one thing 100% or 80% and the other thing 20%. That's not actually how attention works. So what will end up happening is you'll do both basically half. I don't know, I can stare at two boobs at once. No, you can't. No, you cannot. You can stare at the middle of the two boobs and have the other two in your periphery, or you stare at one and then at the other, but don't fucking tell me for 1 second you're staring at both at the same time. That's bullshit. That's not how eyes work. You can't force the one eye to look at the one and the other at the other. It's very interesting to hear that you are bad at multitasking, yet you are so good at streaming, which seems like loads of multitasking. Yasmin, the secret is not multitasking while streaming. Like even when we're playing games, like you'll see if we play games on stream, I'm either playing the game or I'm talking to chat. And if I am talking to chat while I'm playing the game, I'm playing the game poorly. Like I'll die or I'll do random bullshit. It's difficult. It's I don't know. I struggle with it. The secret to my multitasking is called ADHD. Yeah, but ADHD by definition would mean that you're not really paying attention to anything. You are only half paying attention to things. I'm not by that saying that it is like human beings are incapable of doing multiple things at the same time. I'm just saying human beings are incapable of doing multiple things at the same time well. And by well, I mean perfect. Seen experiments done where the participants were more productive working on fixing a puzzle, and the participants told to engage in conversation worked more effectively. Epic Thulu, it would depend on the puzzle, right? Because depending on the kind of puzzle that you're going to build, there's obviously going to be different parts of your brain is going to be engaged. And Einstein, for example, famously went to go work in the US patent office while working on one of his theories, because the menial nature of the job allowed him to think about the theory in a very different way. By occupying his active mind, he was able to think through some of the more complex parts of his theory. So it's obviously plausible, right? That's absolutely true. You can do that. But I think that's a different kind of attention then, because you're actively focused on the conversation. Therefore, the puzzle almost becomes a passive part of it. You're passively building the puzzle whilst actively engaged in the conversation. So by definition, you're not actually giving 100% attention to either thing. Yeah, but the point wasn't that there's no such thing as multitasking. The point was that people who claim that they can multitask by doing multiple things perfectly is lying, because they're not. They're doing one thing perfectly or close to perfect, and the other things they're just sort of half doing. Load shedding is fun. Ethereum, how you doing, bro? Where are you from? You just arrived in South Africa. From where? And the load shedding is phenomenal, right? It's an absolute breeze. You get used to it though, especially if you're in Cape Town. I don't know if you're studying in Cape Town or in some other part of the country. If you're not in Cape Town, that's going to suck a bit. In Cape Town, my advice to you would be, when the power goes out, go down to the beach, grab a coffee, and chill, you know? That's all. Yeah, do that. That's what I did before I got the inverter and the battery. When the power goes out, just go down to the beach, go chill. Now, what is load shedding? Load shedding is when the government turns off the power because there's not enough electricity for the whole country. So about 3 times a day for 2 hours, your power gets shut off so that the country doesn't go to full blackout. I don't know. I mean, Ethereum is a student. Would he be able to afford an EcoFlow? Although he is from Europe or Slovakia, which should mean the Rand is a lot better. But still, those EcoFlows are quite pricey. Launching in EU soon, I guarantee it. Someone, maybe. Although, I mean, I don't know. Load shedding usually requires... Against South Africa, it really is just a case of corruption that has played the country dry. We still got Wi-Fi. It's load shedding right now, so we chilling. Well, there we go, right? As long as you have Wi-Fi, you're good to go. Shut your power off every day? Fallon, yes. For like 2 hours at a time, 3 times a day, or 2 times a day, depending on the stage of load shedding. I don't experience that anymore because I have a battery and an inverter. So my power doesn't go out, but obviously, you know, before I had the battery and the inverter, my power would go out. Although I still can't use my oven and shit when the power goes out, because getting an inverter and a battery that can actually power a fucking oven is super pricey. No, an inverter and a battery, so the battery charges when the power is on, and then when the power goes off, the battery powers the house. And yes, those were very dark days. I don't remember them fondly. I remember going live, streaming, and then being forced to end stream because the power's about to go out. Like, just seeing how far can I actually push it. Like, can I stream? Like, how long can I actually stream for before I have to switch off because now it's just going to go down. Fallon, I'm going to get solar panels. That's on the list of things that I want to get. But at least I don't have to deal with load shedding anymore, which is already a fucking massive W, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, my government said, like my president said at the beginning of the year, they've now fixed load shedding. And by the end of the year, load shedding will no longer be a problem. But he said that last year and also the year before that, and they actually started saying that in 2008 when it started. So, you know, I'm skeptical at best that this is the year that they're going to be able to solve it. Wind turbines, you don't have a pinwheel in your yard? I got the Eskom's push app, so I just plan around it, so it's fine. I take it as a cultural exchange. Do you, by the way, Ethereum, this is only for you. I don't think anyone else would care about it. Do you know the inside joke about the app Eskom's push? Do you understand the actual like cultural joke there, or do you just think it's an app? All right. So, obviously, you know, Eskom is our power provider, right? Now, in Afrikaans, we have a word that it's basically a derogatory term. If you call someone poes, it's because they're a moron or a fucktard or whatever, right? You're insulting them effectively. So, poes is the word that we use as an insult. Eskom se push is wordplay, basically, because that's what it started as. It was an app where the guys were literally insulting Eskom. And it also just happened to work out because push also stands for push notification. So they could get it through. It's ESCOM's push notifications. But every South African fucking instantly understood what this app meant and why this app exists. So yeah, that's the lore behind the app for you. You don't have to pay taxes to the state if you have solar panels because they're losing money on people becoming more self-sufficient. Wait, Frisky, wait, what? They're charging you tax money for solar panels. Isn't it like, wouldn't they want people to go full solar? I thought Norway is like super green and shit. Like, wouldn't you want everyone to be on solar panels so, you know, they can be more green? Also, isn't like 90% of Norway's energy generated by hydro? I was under... For some reason, I thought energy in Norway was stupidly fucking cheap. Isn't green anymore? How the fuck is hydro not green? Make that make sense, though. Like, what's their reasoning? Why is hydro not green? What makes hydro less green than solar or wind? When I was in Norway, I saw them replace a generator in one of their dams. But they build windmills because politics. Of course, you have to drive a car to the plant to work there. It's not green. Oh, of course. But you also have to drive a car to the wind farm or the solar farm to fucking work there. But that is probably more green because the car on its way to the fucking wind farm doesn't actually expend any CO2. Give your excess electricity, what you don't consume, to the government, and then you get very big discounts during winter and stuff. It is worth it most of the time. You can do that in South Africa as well. Genjo, how you doing, bro? Blackhawk, how you doing? You can do that in South Africa as well with, at least in the Western Cape, you can do that. So in the Western Cape, if you produce more electricity than what you use, you can sell that back to the municipality as well. The difference is, and I actually think this is a massive W from the Western Cape municipality, they pay you in actual rands. So you actually get paid. It's not just a credit system where you get credits. So you get actual money for selling to the government. Like my character, Ethereum. This stream literally goes wherever chat goes. I never have any idea what we're going to be talking about when I start a stream. That's why most of my streams are usually very weirdly named, because I have no fucking clue where we're going. We'll figure it out as we go. From windmills that destroy the environment. And that's why we love it. That's why I love it. Where does electricity even come from? The moon. Or your asshole. One of those two. I'm not entirely sure of the exact electricity or the exact science behind it. It's time for anime, Booba. If that's the one conversation that I can't partake in. I don't watch anime, so anime booba is just not a topic that I know anything about. The atom to boil water and use the steam to spin turbine. Science. Solar panels. Duh. It's me when I did one out of the sky thunders. I thought it came from Flat Azeroth. This just comes from money. Everyone knows this. True. Here's an example on how scummy the Norwegian state can be. They tried to push everyone to buy electric cars, promising that they would not have to pay road taxes or checkpoint taxes. What happened? They started to have electric car owner to have to pay for that, as well as because they started losing money. Well, why are you going to switch to an electric car if you're just still going to have to pay all of those extra taxes? Blackhawk, I would agree with you. I think wind farms are just inherently really bad for the environment on so many levels. From the fact that they don't last forever, and depending on where you build them, they last even less long, I guess you could say. The materials used in wind farms is still problematic. And then you also talk about the amount of birds that they kill, the storage of the wind farms, the amount of countries where wind farms absolutely fundamentally just would not fucking work. And it's just, yeah. But I do think that vertical farms is probably going to be a huge move in the right direction, especially you get there's a lot of prototypes right now out there that's, they don't have moving parts, at least on the outside. So the wind blows through them and it creates a vacuum, which then spins a bunch of turbines as it sucks air in from the outside. That could probably be a good move. I personally think, I don't mind that the world is moving towards greener energy. I think that's perfectly good. But I do think that green energy should almost always be accompanied by nuclear energy. Because green energy will pretty much always have one big problem, and that is that it won't always produce the electricity when you require it. And for a lot of things in economies, like factories and shit, like, and mines and shit of that nature, they kind of need the electricity when they need it. They can't be operating only when the power sources are actually operating. So I feel like nuclear almost has to be part of any green push the world ever engages in. Try to go nuclear as much as possible and then have renewable energy as the backup. Aragos, but the problem with that is the overwhelming majority of nuclear power plants have so many safety mechanisms built into them that even during a war, you would not be able to cause a global catastrophe or a catastrophe on any real level, because the overwhelming majority of nuclear power plants, especially modern day ones, have like literally fail-safe mechanisms built into it. So if it is being targeted during a war, you're gonna struggle to actually get it to put off. And it's not just one system that need to be sabotaged. You would need to sabotage a lot of systems. Texas winter 2022, they almost froze to death when their green power grid couldn't keep up. Yeah, I remember that. It's amazing, and Europe will completely miss this opportunity because of fake green policy. That was my wife's fault. She moved down from New Hampshire and brought the cold with her. Also, one of the largest hurricanes in so many years. Most of the problems in nuclear proliferation to the countries who don't have nuclear capabilities or are not under a nuclear umbrella already. It's about technology sharing and low trust. Yeah, but I feel like that can be solved by... Is it thorium? I think it's thorium. It's the nuclear power that most people think we should be switching to, because turning thorium into actual weapons is almost impossible. Like, it's not impossible, but it's very unreliable. More likely to go catastrophe if struck. I guess I still feel like, I mean, you're gonna have to be super fucking sneaky to even get that to work, right? Plus, here's the thing. In time of war, why would I sabotage your nuclear power plant if I could just drop a fucking nuke on you? Like, why would I go through the added steps? I already have the nuclear weapon. I may as well just drop it on you. Norwegian burning more fuel than all cars in Norway does in a year. Yeah, I love the fact that I'm being preached to about green energy by people using private jets and going on cruises and, you know, driving SUVs, and sometimes not just one but multiple for all the security that needs to drive with. That's always great. The electricity of a country is a big deal. He probably wanted it disabled rather than the nuke to oblivion. A thorium plant shutting down and failsafe is way less troublesome than a hydro dam being blown up in a war. Oh fuck, Voicey, you mentioned that. I was watching this incredible fucking video on it's some dam in China. It's like, I think, the largest man-made dam in the world, or one of them. What's it called again? The Three Gorges Dam. That's the one. And the video specifically was talking about if America goes to war with China, could the Three Gorges Dam be a target? And what would happen if the Three Gorges Dam actually got destroyed? Bro, if the Three Gorges Dam is destroyed, China is fucked. Like, the millions and millions and millions of people that die almost instantly when that dam is destroyed is off the fucking charts, bro. It really is ridiculous. Because for some reason, I mean, I don't mean for some reason, we know why, but downstream from that dam are major cultural centers, like massive cities and stuff have been built downstream from that dam. So yeah, if that dam gets destroyed, all of those cities are screwed. To lose a war to Taiwan? Are you sure China will lose the war to Taiwan, though? I'm not willing to bet my life on it. You never know, dude. War is unpredictable as fuck. Xanarath, nice. War is unpredictable, bro. Well, think of this. If you want to control the Suez, you don't have to attack Egypt directly. You just take out the GERD, Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia, and Egypt gets flooded by the Nile. It's interesting how many countries have severe weaknesses just ripe for the picking. Like, how did you build that and not sort of think ahead that things could go wrong and then this could become a serious problem for you in the future? I read somewhere Taiwan is busy working on a new defense system. Think of it, it's not like the Iron Dome system, but think of it as like almost similar to the Iron Dome system. It's basically, I think it's going to be finished in 2026 or something like that. And by the time it's finished, so when the system is finished, no country would be able to get close to the water border of Taiwan. They would have the capability of shooting your ships literally right out of the fucking right out of the water. And someone said in the article, they were talking about this is sort of China's rush at the moment. This is why China is sort of gearing up for this war, because if China waits another 2 years, it's physically impossible for China to take Taiwan. So that's why you're seeing the increased mobility and mobilization of China, because they know that their time is running out. Brilliance of Geography. It's a great book explaining geopolitics and why some countries are destined to be poor and why the US is inherently unattackable. I think... So I do agree with you. It's not obvious to me when you look at the US. Any attack that is going to succeed in the US will have to target a lot of key points. The US, unlike most other countries, don't just have a singular point of power, right? The power is very much spread. And even the industries is very much spread across multiple states, multiple cities, multiple areas. So it's not obvious to me that the US has a single big point of weakness. And also, what you are correct about is any attack on the US that doesn't come from South America would have to come by sea, which is just like super fucking hard to do anyways. Or you would have to conquer countries in South America, or you would have to conquer China, which would then, Canada, which would then give you an in into America that would probably be easier to get into. But then also you look at the size of America. The size of America is disgusting, right? So, and America is very spread out. So while Russia is also a pretty large country, most of the people living in Russia live in a very, like, condensed area of Russia, because the overwhelming majority of Russia is fucking Siberia, where no one can live, or very few people can live. So in America, you'd need to conquer all of the states, which is just automatically going to make it super fucking hard. But that does not include civil war. And when you look at America and you look at what happens in America currently, it does feel like there's a number of states in the US that no longer like the Union. And so that shit could happen, right? And that would create an opening for a foreign power. Because if the US is busy fighting itself, it becomes much easier to just attack. Super Snoot, that's also true. We have to worry about the AI too, I guess. Panama, and they saw loads of Chinese fighting H-Men in camps there. To be honest, I don't know if the Chinese people coming into America are actually coming to, like, as some part of, like, Chinese spy bullshit. I don't know. I don't think so. Like, maybe, but even then, there's not enough Chinese people even now in America to really be successful. Like, there could definitely be some, sure, of course. There would definitely be, among the hundreds that do come in, there will be some CCP spies. But I think overwhelmingly, remember, Chinese people, a lot of Chinese people aren't happy with their own government, right? Like, a lot of Chinese people don't want their government. And so, of course, they're gonna take the opportunity. It's like South Africa. Do you know how many Chinese people we have living in South Africa currently? And I can fucking promise you, the last thing China needs to worry about is sending spies to South Africa. In order to conquer South Africa, you don't need spies. Any country can literally walk in, put their flag down and go, this is ours now. And South Africa doesn't have the military to go, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, South Africans would literally just be like, well, all right. and they'll just continue with their lives. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do about this? So you don't need spies, but there's a shit ton of Chinese people living here, because even though South Africa is a shithole, it's better than a government that provides no freedom, right? I know, because I like going, when I go to Chinese shops, I like talking to the Chinese people there and finding out why are they there, why are they here, and pretty much all of them say the same thing. South Africa is shit, but it's still better than China, at least for them. I see, obviously it got shut down. China's economy is also currently dying. They are so massively in debt that they have literal ghost cities that are falling apart. Frisky Hunty, so I would say China's economy is definitely not doing well, but the ghost cities isn't, like, the ghost cities is one of the reasons their economy isn't doing well, but it's not so much the result of their economy not doing well. In China, because companies could basically keep building and the government would keep paying, some companies went completely fucking overboard and started building entire cities, only to realize that, wait, but that's not actually how cities work. The reason cities become major cities is because there's business there, there's work there, there's actual shit that happens there, and it's usually very organic. I know Serpent said A. Yeah. Much better than SA, but since he took power, the antagonism of foreign nations and rabid nationalism is back in full swing. Yeah, I mean, the world is just in a rough place right now. It does feel like every day people are becoming less and less trusting of people around them. And every day people are moving closer and closer to what's mine is mine and what yours is yours. And don't interfere with my shit. Which is usually what happens, right? When things go well, it's very easy for us to sort of let go of our tribalism. The problem is when shit starts to go wrong, tribalism becomes a real problem again. So that is going to happen, but I'd like to believe that the overwhelming majority of humans on this planet aren't in any way, shape, or form interested in the conquest of anyone else. If you land in a comfortable place in SA, it's going to be different. Now, most Chinese people go to either Joburg or Cape Town, I think. Domination is no longer occupying territory. It's through the propping up of vassal states as legitimate democratic entities. Yo, bro, what about the Lost Airbender episode reviews or reactions while you watch it for the first time? Quite curious to see pure emotion of a newcomer. Victor, I already have my... No, you don't have to apologize for interrupting. I'm streaming. If I didn't want you to interrupt, I wouldn't be live. Welcome, bro. I already uploaded my first take on the new episode. It's called Watching the Lost Airbender anime after the live action. So I did upload some takes that I had just in the first 10 episodes of the show and what I thought of the animation. But I will keep uploading, so I'll finish the first season and then I'll probably do a sort of review of the first season and what I thought of the first season, because I am loving the show. Goodbye. It's the vocal minority online who tend to shake the hornet's nest. My personal opinion, it's not even the vocal, like there's a couple of people. There's a couple of ordinary people that I would say is like gets a bit of a semi whenever it's war because they believe the lies of the government. So when the government tells them that we are fighting for your freedom, they believe it. But I would say the overwhelming majority of people, I'd like to believe that Iraq opened a lot of people's eyes to the lies of government. As the war dragged on, more and more people started to ask, well, what the fuck is the point? What are we actually doing here? What are we achieving here? And so you are seeing that movement now of a lot of people sort of starting to question why all of this war. But it is true. The overwhelming majority of people, like, if there were no governments, I would bet my ass there would be fewer wars. Because most people are too busy. Like, take everyone in this chat. Of all the shit that you have to do this week, if one of your friends came up to you and said to you, hey, bro, we really need to talk about invading Canada, what would your first fucking response be? Most likely, when do you want to do that? Because this weekend is football. Are we going to do the barbecue first and then maybe do it all? Like, how long is this going to take, though? Because I really want to be back for my favorite show. Oh, I can't actually do it. My son has a Little League game this weekend. Can we do it next weekend, maybe? Oh, but next week I'm also... You know what? How about we don't invade Canada? And we just live our fucking lives. Because we have nothing to do in Canada. And we have nothing to gain by conquering Canada. It's presidents that wake up in the morning and go, well, how the fuck am I going to prove that I'm relevant today? I know, I'll start a war. So people remember that they need me. And then I'll go on the news and tell them that I'm doing it for your freedom. Even though no one actually knows where the fuck Afghanistan or Iraq is. We're invading Iraq, boys. Where is that? It's just leaders trying to prove that they're required. Maple syrup, bro? But you can buy maple syrup in the shop? Are you seriously going to invade Canada just for maple syrup? Or are you just going to drive down to your local fucking Walmart and pick up a bottle of maple syrup? And I've seen the bottles in America. You guys don't just have normal little jars of maple syrup. You have fucking gallons. A gallon of maple syrup. Yeah, my doctor told me to avoid stray softballs. True. But it would be, like, if you really want to think about it, if the US did decide to invade Canada, it would be a pretty quick fight, though. I don't know if Canada would stand a chance. Like, Canada would just become the 51st state, and that would be that. Here's a topic. Are you against the presence of any government at all? Darius, I'm against the presence of any government that I do not approve of. But no, I'm not against the presence of any government at all, because I realize that not everyone wants to live without a government. My only request would be that I'm not forced to live under your government if you want a government. I'm more than happy for you to have a government, and I'm more than happy for your government to provide you with whatever goods and services you feel you need. I just don't think it's fair that if I don't want your government, I still have to live under your government. I feel like that's a little unfair to me. But outside of that, you see, the problem with the argument, well, I'm against any and all government, is now I have to employ force in order to remove any and all governments. Because what happens to people that do actually think that there should be some government and that the government should at least take care of the poor, or the government should at least regulate the markets? Now, in order to get those people to do what I think is the right thing, I'm going to have to force them. So I'm going to have to go with guns and be like, no, fuck you. No government for you. And I'm against force of any kind. So I would prefer to live in a world where if you want government, you can have it, but I'm not forced to abide it. And if I don't agree with it, I can move. And I can go live somewhere where the government can't bother me. But no, I'm not against anything. All right, Akko is a voluntarist. Well, I think all interactions must be voluntary. That's what anarchism is, right? That's why I'm an anarchist, because I believe that all interactions must be voluntary. I don't believe that you have the right to force me to interact with you or with your government. I think that's evil. But then you would be even more reliant on someone providing supplies. Aragos, it would depend, right? Because there are certain things that I would not necessarily be wholly opposed to. So say, for example, the people of Cape Town said that they wanted a government, and they wanted this government to take care of policing. They wanted this government to take care of basic infrastructure, and everything else can be left to the market. That's a government that I would be okay with. I would probably not leave Cape Town and refuse to pay taxes to Cape Town. I would probably be okay with that. If the people of Cape Town wanted to elect a government that would provide all of the safety, all of the roads, all of the infrastructure, all of the education, basically taxes out the wazoo because it has to provide all of the healthcare and all of everything, that would be where I would go, well, I don't want you to provide all of those things for me, so I want to leave. And currently, if I say, well, I don't want you to provide all of those things for me, I want to leave, where to? Because anywhere within the borders of South Africa, even if I am not living and using the government, I will still be forced to pay their taxes. Because by being a resident of South Africa, I am forced to pay the taxes of the country, even if I'm not using the taxes of the country for anything, right? Even the farmer that is completely self-reliant, grows all of his own shit, any money he makes will be taxed by the government. So that's my only problem with it. But there are forms of government that I would not be wholly against. Like, I would not be wholly like, fuck you, no. Government overreach becomes disgusting. In a lot of cases, true. What healthcare system do you use in South Africa? Mixture, Z. So we have a public healthcare system, which is an absolute abysmal system. And then we have a private system, which is world class. So you can have private healthcare for, I'd say, as little as probably $100 a month. Probably less than that. You could probably have it for like $80 a month. And then that would cover any and all hospital visits. You'd still have to pay for the doctor, but that's usually not expensive. It's like $20 to go to the doctor for a checkup. But anytime you have to go to the hospital, that would all be paid for. Or you can go for a full medical aid, which will probably be like, let's say, between $200 and $300. But then that covers everything. Doctor visits, pharmacies, everything is then covered under that medical aid. Or you could go for the big boy, which would probably be between $300 and $400, but then it even covers cosmetic surgeries. So yeah, it's sort of your choice, either private or public. They came after him and threw him in jail for feeding himself? Wait, Frisky, is that real? Wait, how could the government come after you when you're feeding yourself? That sounds made up. Like, the only time the government can actually, like, for example, if you lived completely off the land and you didn't make any fucking money, that would be a place where the government would step in, right? But if you're doing it on... but I guess he wasn't doing it on a private property, right? He wasn't doing it on his own property. He was doing it on government property. Okay, so they got him for that. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Ethereum, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I believe it wasn't owned land. If you don't have a fishing license, they will penalize you. Dude, and you realize why the fishing license thing exists, and then you realize how it's being misused and abused. Because the fishing licenses exist so that giant corporations don't fucking empty the rivers of fish. But then you have one fucking dude that just wants to feed himself, and he has a fishing rod, and he catches one fish a day to feed himself, and the government goes, well, fuck you. How dare you? It's like, well, that's not actually the spirit of this law, is it? Voicey TV, 9 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Saw that, yeah. 60 months in jail for playing PUBG. Wait, who got what? We open up to you saying, fuck you. Hey, Novotic, what? I don't know what the fuck's going on. Who got 16 years in jail for playing PUBG? Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? That sounds like a made-up fucking number. Korean conscientious objector? Pretty harsh. Yeah, what the fuck was he doing? Videos of PUBG player jailed. The authorities detained Zain Ali, 18, a son of the deceased LHW, I don't know who the fuck that is, saying he used to play the popular online game PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds and allegedly killed his mother and 3 siblings influenced by the game. Alright, like, so he wasn't actually arrested for playing PUBG. He was arrested for killing a bunch of, like, killing his family. Yeah, but this is the one you linked me. Aragast. Is it this video?
A South Korean man has just been sentenced to 18 months in prison for playing PUBG. Well, sort of. After refusing to do his mandatory military service as a conscientious objector, the court investigated the authenticity of his pacifism. And it turns out his love for the Battle Royale might have sealed his fate.
Oh, I saw this.
Several countries across the globe have some form of mandatory military service, with South Korea just being one notable example. Primarily to bolster their border to the north, the majority of able-bodied men are required to complete 18 to 21 months of service. And just like any other sort of...
Well, the question I think someone there that the authorities would probably ask is, if you are such a pacifist that you refuse to do mandatory military service, would you be playing a game where you're shooting other people? Now, my argument would be yes, because it's not real people. But you have to understand, when you work with the government, you're inherently dealing with people that has at least an IQ of 40 lower than the average human being. So to them, that would not be obvious. Remember what we said in the beginning of the stream. There is a subspecies of human that have no sense of nuance. Now, I'm convinced most people that work for the government have no sense of nuance. I have some explaining to do. Fucking dumbass court. Video games are real. You kill people online. You should be in. You should in real life too. But Unkerton, that's probably what happens. Yeah. It is basically the most worst faith argument that you can make, because you want to make sure that no future people try this. and future people just absolutely have to go fucking die. Although in South Korea, joining the military, I don't think actually leads to death, right? Because there's no active kinetic war between North and South Korea. It's just war. But they don't actually fight each other. At least not for now. There was a homeowner who got charged when a home invader got seriously hurt in his home. Dude, that is annoying, I guess. That is annoying. The dude breaks into your fucking house, and you are somehow responsible for him getting hurt? That's when you know a country has basically gone too fucking far. Maybe America should invade Canada. Things have gone far too well for far too fucking long there. Hometal Studios, how you doing, bro? Canada's Clown World. I think South and North Korea are in an obligatory Cold War. Well, yeah, they have to be. They have to be. The problem with North Korea is basically China entertains North Korea in order to keep the peace. But should North Korea ever really overreact, it is not obvious that China wouldn't just instantly invade to take control of North Korea. And the North Koreans know this. Can't come sooner? Why, Novotic? I'm in my head dreaming about how fucking awesome Dune Part 2... Wait, is Dune Part 2 coming this Thursday? How did your buddy get arrested for someone breaking into his house, Home Metal? Oh, shit, boys. That's going to be good. Dune Part 2. Fuck, I can't wait. Is it one of those cinema releases or is it an online streaming release? It's a cinema release, isn't it? Cops my buddy for assault? Fuck me. That sucks. I hate when it's a cinema release, though. Because now I have to go to the cinema if I want to watch it, or I have to wait for it to come to Blu-ray or to disc. And I hate going to the cinema. If, in all fairness, I don't even know where the fucking cinema is. Where I live. Horrible story. I'm happy those clowns don't exist in my country. Because she wants a date? Ergo, so you're taking the woman out on a date that just happens to coincide with the day that you want to watch Dune. The only thing I remember from Dune 1 is the weird sexual tension the main character had with his mother when they undressed in the desert. Come on, you're saying words that I don't remember. I had a very different experience in Dune, but all right. I think Dune is really good. I've heard that it's nowhere near as good as the books, but then again, that's always true. Aragos, that's good. I was just joking with you, bro. I don't give a fuck when you go watch Dune. I'm just saying I don't want to go to the cinema to watch Dune, but I'm gonna have to because I want to watch Dune. And I don't want to wait months for the fucking DVD to come out. Because these cocksuckers won't just go streaming service. But alright, boys, it's 10 o'clock at night here. I still haven't eaten. I am going to excuse myself right now so that I can go make some food. And I will be back tomorrow. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow. I just have my steaks. I have to go make my steaks now. I have beautiful ribeye steak waiting for me right now. Spalato, I realized that it was only a 6-hour shift, but you have no idea how draining this one was for me. Like, this was like an extra draining 6-hour shift for me. So now I need a break. I need to take a break so I can recover. So tomorrow I can start the coal mine session again. Yeah, I gotta recharge the social battery. Like, you guys with ordinary jobs won't understand. It won't make sense to you. But believe me, trust me, bro. I know what I'm doing. The third stream of 60 hours in the coal mines. No, I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for choosing me to be your entertainment for the day. I hope you were as entertained as I was. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, I'm not going to be raiding out because I'm pretty sure you know who the fuck you want to go watch better than what I would. So just go watch someone and enjoy it. As always, be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one.